Sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Is it coming through? Okay, okay, sure.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, as you will recall, honorable members and our
Recording in
officials
progress.
and our legal teams, both from the affected members and from Parliament. As you will recall, the hearing that was to be held from the 8th to the 16th of January was postponed due to my ill health. I'm still indisposed, and therefore I am unable to perform the function of chairperson. The committee must therefore elect one of its members as the acting chairperson for today and tomorrow in terms of Assemble Rule 1591. Let me take this opportunity to welcome members of the committee, the affected members, the initiator and her team, and the legal team of the affected members. The procedure to elect an acting chairperson will be as follows. I will call for a nomination and for that nomination to be seconded. If there is only one nomination, voting will not take place and the nominated member will be declared the acting chairperson. If there is more than one nomination, the names of the nominees will be put onto a vote by way of a roll call. By a roll call, we mean the secretary will call by name members of the committee who are present to indicate their vote. He will start with the members of the ANC, followed by the DA, the EFF, the IFP, and the ATF. At the end of the vote, the member with the majority of votes will be declared the acting chairperson. The nomination process will now commence. Are there any nominations, members, for the acting chairperson position? Officials will assist me by identifying hands. I'm inviting nominations, honorable members of the committee.
Ms. Tsage's hand is up, Chairperson.
Honorable Tsege, you are identified. Can you nominate, please?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to everyone who's connected. And compliments of the new year. I nominate Dr. Honorable Manketsi Hlape to be the acting chair of this committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Tsege. Is there any seconder for the nomination of Dr. Hlape?
Mr. Mlenzana's hand is up.
Honorable Mlenzana, the stage is yours.
Greetings, Chairperson, and wishing you well in your health, and a greeting to all members equally in the platform. Compliments of the season. Before I forget, it's still early in the year. I raise my hand to second the name of Dr. Hlape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzane. Honorable Dr. Hlape, do you accept the nomination?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Dr. Tlhape has been duly nominated by Honorable Tseke and seconded by Honorable Mlenzana. Are there any further nominations, honorable members? 3, 2, 1. No further nominations. Dr. Tlhape has been duly elected as the acting chairperson of the committee. Please, Dr. Tlhape, take your seat as the acting chairperson. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to your good self and honorable members present in this platform. Chair, we wish you the soonest recovery. Honorable members, let me take the opportunity to welcome you to today's hearing. Members of this committee, you most welcome the affected members, the initiator and your team, as well as the legal team of our affected members. Honorable members, as indicated, we're going to, from today and tomorrow, deal with the hearing of the incident of the 9th and 10th June 2022, when the National Assembly held its plenary to consider presidency budget vote. The incident involved physical removal of members from the chamber, and it has since been referred to this committee by the Speaker for an investigation and report. Having said that, members, I declare this hearing open. I will now ask the initiator to introduce herself and the team and to inform this committee of the purpose of the hearings. Advocate Golden.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to you and to the committee and to everyone present in the committee room. Chair, just to confirm again for the record, I'm Tanya Golden, SC. I've been appointed as the initiator in this hearing relevant to the proceedings in the National Assembly on 9 and 10 June 2022. And I am again assisted by Advocate Magona Dano. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Golden. I will now, honorable members, recognize the legal team of our affected members. I give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves. But before introducing yourself, I would like also that the legal team to confirm the presence of the affected members.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members of this committee. Further good morning to the initiator and her legal team. Good morning to the staff members of Parliament and committee present. I do confirm, Chairperson, that all the charge members we represent are present before this committee. My name is Mfesane Kasiboto, who is counsel at Tulamela Chambers, Johannesburg, Sandton. I appear in front of this committee with my instructing attorney, Janae Cupido, who is assisted by her candidate attorney, Matilda Mahlaba. Observing and directly behind me is Advocate Tongai Masivikwa, who is just observing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Asiboto. Honorable members, allow me to stop off my video because there's an echo as I speak. I don't know if it's from my side or what. Now, having confirmed the presence of the affected members, and the legal team of the affected members has introduced themselves, honorable members. I will now call upon the initiator to put the charges to the affected members.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the charges, well, I suppose as an appropriate starting point, the members who are being charged in this hearing are the following. It is Ms. E.N. Ntlangweni, Mr. Anthony Matumba, Ms. W.T.I. Mafanya, Ms. Matulelwa, Ms. Mare, Ms. Chirwa, Mr. Tambo, Mr. Muntwedi, Ms. Yako, and Ms. Mkontu. The 4 members who are being charged for the 9th of June 2022 is Ntlangweni, Matumba, Mafanya, and then Ms. Matulelwa. And I'll start with them. They are also charged in relation to the events on the 10th of June. So I will read the charges in respect of both the 9th and the 10th. I'll start with Ms. Ntlangweni. Her charge sheet or notice you will find at page 1 of the bundle. I will not read the notice. I will go straight to Annexure A, which commences on page 4. The preamble to the charges. The President of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, appeared before the National Assembly on 9 and 10 June 2022 at Parliament in Cape Town. President Ramaphosa appeared to present his budget vote to the National Assembly on 9 June 2022 and appeared again on 10 June 2022 to respond to the budget vote. During the proceedings on 9 and 10 June 2022, a few members of the Economic Freedom Fighters, or as we call it, the EFF, disrupted the proceedings and caused chaos in the House. You participated in the disruption and the chaos. Chair, I will not, when I read the charges in relation to the other members, repeat the preamble, as it is exactly the same for all the members. In relation to Ms. Ntlangweni, the events on 9 June 2022, charge 1 is the following. It is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of section 13C and 13D1 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, in that as a Member of Parliament and during the sitting of the National Assembly convened on 9 June 2022 for the purposes of the President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to address the National Assembly on his budget vote, you contravened section 7A of the Act when during the proceedings you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69D of the Rules of the National Assembly when you called the President a money launderer and accused him of criminal conduct. Your conduct disrupted the proceedings of the National Assembly and improperly interfered with the performance by the House of its authority and functions. Charge 2, I will skip the introduction to that charge, Chair, and I will go straight to the alleged contravention. You contravened Section 7A of the Act in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer or repeatedly refused to obey rulings of the presiding officer. You disrespected her and interrupted her when she requested you to withdraw the improper statements you made about the president. Charge 3, you contravened Section 7A of the Act in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 73(1) when you refused to leave the chamber when ordered to do so by the presiding officer. You created serious disorder and disruption in the House in contravention of Rule 70 and or Rule 69A. Then charge 4, you contravened Section 7A of the Act in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 5, you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 70 and Rule 73(1) and 2 when you failed to respect the authority of the presiding officer when she ordered that you leave the chamber. You refused to leave the chamber after the Sergeant at Arms requested your removal. Chair, in relation to the events on 10 June, these are the charges. In relation to charge 1, you contravened Section 7A of the Act when during the proceedings
We have lost you, Advocate.
Chair, my apologies. Do you want me to repeat charge 1 under
Yes,
10 June? I will. You contravened Section 7A of the Act in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and or disruption in the House. Then in relation to charge 2 under the events of 10 June 2022, you contravened Section 7A of the Act in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey the rulings of the presiding officer or repeatedly disrespected and interrupted the presiding officer while the latter addressed the House. Charge 3, you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner that was seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 4, you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 70(1) and 2 when you disrespected the authority of the presiding officer when she asked you to leave the House and when you refused to do so. Charge 5, that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 73(1) and 2 when you refused to leave the House when the Sergeant at Arms requested you to leave. Chair, those are the charges for both days in relation to Ms. Ntlangweni. Chair, before I go to Mr. Anthony Matumba, I have a note that says that Ms. Nkontu is not on the platform. Could I ask that this be checked, please, Chair?
Let's verify. Thanks, Advocate, for bringing that up. Advocate Asiboto is Honorable Mkontu on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. My instruction is that all my clients are present. It could well be that we have the same technical issues we had the last time, and in some instances, there were issues with connectivity. What I will do, if that's your directive, Chairperson, is to perhaps adjourn, if you so wish, that we may call the client and just confirm as to what the issue is. But as I understand it, they should be on the platform unless there are connectivity issues. So we can adjourn for 5 minutes if you so direct, Chair.
Honorable members, let's accord the committee that 5 minutes and locate Honorable Mkhonto.
Chair, as you propose, I support that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll resume at 10:39.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Honorable members, we are at the end of our 5 minutes. Is there
Recording
feedback?
in progress.
Is there feedback on the whereabouts of Honorable Mkonto? Is she on the platform now?
She's not on the platform, Chair. I believe they are sending her the Zoom link for the meeting. She will be joining us soon.
Chair,
Okay.
the legal team for the EFF members are not in the committee room. They are outside. I assume they are trying to contact her.
Okay. Please let us when they are back.
Chairperson?
Yes. Dr. Blenzano?
No, I'm just checking, Chairperson. This is the correct posture of lenience in terms of you saying we will be notified when they are back. What if then that delays? Can't there be an effort of requesting them to come in and further ask that then they have to be continued interaction out there? They leave one person to deal with that. I'm thinking aloud, Chair.
This is the last time I do that. I think we agreed that they go call her. If they come in, we will stress that we will need to look at the time, all of us, and be mindful.
Chair.
Are they back?
Yes, they've been back, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Advocate, is there a feedback? Honorable Mkonto is still not on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Asiboto again. We were on the call with the client. She seems to have difficulties with connectivity where she is. What I'm advised is that she's sorting that out and she should join us again shortly. I've been advised by the member of this committee, a staff member of this committee, that I should suggest to you that we proceed, and come the time when the charges are put to that specific member, we then again check for her presence, and at that point then chart our way forward. And if you're so inclined, then the chairperson, then that would be my suggestion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. Honorable members, let's also be mindful that we all experiencing load shedding at one point or the other. And the advice is right that we are able to proceed even in the absence of the member. We will then check as and when we put the charges to her. But I would not repeat this in the absence of any member, honorable members. Be mindful that we will be proceeding, and as and when we come to the member, if she's not or he's not in the platform, we will do what is required. Can we then get back on the platform, Advocate Golden?
Thank you, Chair. I will then continue with the charges, reading out the charges in relation to Mr. Matumba. Events on 9 June 2022. It is alleged that you are guilty. I think I will skip that. It's not necessary for me to repeat that. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A of the Rules of the National Assembly when you deliberately created serious disorder or disruption in the House. Charge 2. You contravened Section 7A when you deliberately breached Rule 69C, when you repeatedly undermined and disregarded the authority of the presiding officer and repeatedly refused to obey rulings of the presiding officer, and or you repeatedly disrespected her and interrupted her while the latter was addressing the House. Charge 3. You contravened Section 7A in that you further contravened Rule 69F, where you behaved in a manner which was detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. I will then move on to charges under the events of 10 June 2022. Charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 92(6), 8 and 9 when you refused to accept the ruling of the presiding officer that no points of order may be raised, and you deliberately continue to disrupt the proceedings of the House by raising points of order that do not comply with the rules. Your conduct disrupted the proceedings of the National Assembly. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and disruption of the House, when you refused to obey and respect the authority of the Chair. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69B when you physically intervened and physically prevented and or obstructed and or hindered your removal from the House after the presiding officer ruled that you leave the House. You physically pushed the sergeant at arms away when he approached you to leave the House. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey the rulings of the presiding officer, and you repeatedly disrespected and or interrupted her while the latter was addressing the House. Charge 5. You contravened and failed to obey Rule 69F when you behaved in a manner which was seriously detrimental of the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. I now move on to Ms. Mafanya. In relation to 9 June 2022, you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 92(8) and 9 of the rules of the National Assembly when you continuously proceeded to raise a point of order when the presiding officer had ruled that no member may raise a point of order again until the President had delivered his budget speech. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and disruption in the House, when you refused to obey the authority of the presiding officer when she ruled on the points of order. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey her rulings, and you disrespected and continuously interrupted the presiding officer while she addressed the House. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you behaved in a manner which was seriously detrimental of the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. I now move on to Ms. Babalwa Matulelwa in relation to 9 June 2022. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 92(8) and sub 9 when you continue to raise a point of order despite the fact that the presiding officer had ruled that no points of order would be allowed until the President delivered his budget speech. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69D when you made serious allegations against the President by calling him a criminal without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and you repeatedly refused to obey the ruling of the presiding officer when she instructed you to withdraw the statement that the President was a criminal. Charge 4. You contravened Section 7A in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and disruption in the House. Charge 5. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner which was seriously detrimental of the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 6. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 71, read with Rule 72, when the presiding officer ordered you to leave the chamber immediately and you refused to do so. You again refused to leave the chamber after the Sergeant-at-Arms requested you to do so. You were then removed by the Parliamentary Protection Services, the PPS, after they were instructed to remove you by the presiding officer. Charge 7. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 73(4) and 5 when you refused to leave the chamber when requested to do so by the Sergeant-at-Arms, and when you physically resisted and physically fought with members of the PPS when they tried to remove you from the chamber. Now the charges relating to the events on the 10th of June. Charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and or disruption in the House. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69B when you physically intervened and prevented and or obstructed and or hindered the removal of EFF members Ms. Chirwa and Mr. Tambo by the PPS. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69E when you used violence against the PPS who were called in to remove you from the chamber. You physically fought with the PPS members and pushed them out of the way to stop them from removing you from the chamber. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and disruption in the House. Charge 5. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and refused to obey the rulings of the presiding officer, and or you disrespected and interrupted the presiding officer while she addressed the House. Charge 6. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner which was seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 7. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 64D when you crossed the floor of the House in front of the benches and when the mace was still in the House. Your conduct improperly interfered with or impeded the exercise or performance by the House of its authority and functions. Chair, I now will deal with the charges relating to Ms. Marie. She is only charged in relation to the events on 10 June 2022. Just give me one moment, please. That you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you created serious disruption and or disorder in the House, when you continued to shout at the presiding officer. Charge 2, you contravened Section 7A in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey rulings of the presiding officer. You repeatedly disrespected and interrupted the presiding officer while she addressed the House. And then charge 3, you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner which was seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 4, you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 73(1), 2, 4, and 5 in that you refused the instruction of the presiding officer to leave the house. You continued to refuse to leave the house when the sergeant at arms requested you to do so. You continued to shout and disrupt the proceedings even when the PPS were called in to remove you from the chamber. I now move to Ms. Chirwa, who is also only charged in relation to the events on 10 June. Charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and or disruption in the House. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey rulings of the presiding officer, and you disrespected and continuously interrupted the presiding officer when she addressed the House. You continued to shout at the presiding officer even though she ordered you to leave the House, which you refused to do. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69E when you used violence against the PPS when they attempted to remove you from the chamber. You physically fought with the PPS to prevent your removal from the House. You also contravened Rule 73(4) and 5 when you refused to leave the chamber when requested to do so by the Sergeant at Arms and the PPS. I now read the charges relating to Mr. Tambo. It's also for the 10th of June. Charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and interruption in the House. You contravened Section 7A in that you willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69D when you made serious allegations against the President that he was a criminal without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure. You also continued to disregard the authority and instruction of the presiding officer when she warned you of the relevant rule, which you had breached by calling the President a criminal. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey her rulings as the presiding officer, and or you repeatedly disrespected and interrupted her while she addressed the House. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A and C when you refused to take your seat after the Speaker repeatedly told you to sit down. Charge 5. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you behaved in a manner which was seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 6. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 73(5) when you physically blocked the Sergeant at Arms from approaching member Ms. Naledi Chirwa, who was also asked by the presiding officer to leave the House. By doing so, you physically intervened and prevented and or obstructed and or hindered the removal of Ms. Chirwa from the chamber. Charge 7. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69E when you physically fought and or physically resisted your removal from the chamber by the PPS, pursuant to an instruction from the presiding officer that you be so removed. You also contravened Rule 73(1), 2, and 5. In relation to Mr. Montwedi, it's also just relating to 10 June 2022, Charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when through your conduct you deliberately created serious disorder and or disruption in the House. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey rulings of the presiding officer, and you continuously interrupted the presiding officer when she addressed the House. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69E when you fought with the Parliamentary Protection Services when they attempted to remove you from the chamber. You also contravened Rule 92(8) when you refused to leave the chamber when requested to do so by the Sergeant at Arms. Chair, I now move to the charges relating to Ms. Yoliswa Yako, also just in relation to 10 June. Charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69A when you deliberately created serious disorder and or disruption in the House. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and repeatedly refused to obey her rulings. You repeatedly disrespected and interrupted the presiding officer. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you behaved in a manner which was seriously detrimental of the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. And then the last charge sheet, Madam Chair, is for Ms. Constance Mkontu. I am still instructed that she is still not. Okay. My apologies, Chair. Ms. Mkontu has now joined. The charges relating to her for 10 June, charge 1. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69C when you repeatedly undermined the authority of the presiding officer and or repeatedly refused to obey rulings of the presiding officer and or you disrespected and interrupted the presiding officer while she addressed the House. Charge 2. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner which was seriously detrimental of the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Charge 3. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 73(1) when you refused to leave the chamber when ordered to do so by the presiding officer in terms of Rule 70 and or Rule 71. You continue to refuse to leave when the Sergeant at Arms requested you to leave. The presiding officer then instructed the PPS to remove you from the chamber. Charge 4. You willfully refused and or failed to obey Rule 69F when you acted in a manner seriously detrimental to the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Madam Chair, these are the charges in relation to 9 and 10 June 2022.
Thank you, Advocate Golden. Honorable members, I will now recognize each member and request the member to plead to the charges. I will allow for up to 3 minutes. 3 minutes for the members wishing to give a plea explanation an opportunity to do so. Honorable members, if a member pleads guilty to the charges, I will ascertain from the member whether the member admits guilt to the charges as put to him by the initiator. If a member refuses to enter a plea, I must enter a plea of not guilty in respect of that member. I will now start with Honorable Tlangwini. How do you plead to the charges?
Chairperson, you have got a terrible echo, man. Sorry, Chair, point of order. You've got a terrible echo.
Let me switch off the video again. Probably when I switch my video on. Was
Chairperson,
I audible on the explanation that I gave?
Chairperson, I think you were heard, Chairperson, although there was an echo.
Okay.
Chairperson, the Advocate Gasabot would like to give an opportunity to say something. Thanks.
Advocate Kasiboto, I'm on the members. I'm listening. The
Thank you
affected
very much,
members, how they
Chairperson.
feel. Yes.
Thank you very much for the indulgence, Chairperson. To the best of my recollection, Chairperson, you would have been present as an ordinary member of the committee in the proceedings we had in December in relation to charges that related to some of the EFF members. The first proceedings were represented or Advocate Tembeka Ngaidobi represented the members then, and in the proceedings that followed after, I represented the members. And in both those occasions, we raised points in limine that we invited the then chairperson to convene the committee to deliberate on those points in limine. We intend to do the same now. And we do not do so frivolously because, as you would know, we have every intention of bringing litigation to challenge the processes here. And we've debated and ventilated those issues in those proceedings. But unfortunately, how the law works is if I don't raise them again here in these proceedings, which are different from those ones, then I can't rely on those bases in court if I do not ask that this committee deliberate. And as a secondary issue to that premise is this: we've had engagements, extensive engagements with Mr. Glasso, who then led evidence on behalf of Parliament, where we feel that concessions were made and properly so. So much so that this committee decided to withdraw the charges against at least one of the members, which was Veronica Mente MP. And we suggest on the basis of that concession and the basis of this committee withdrawing those charges, there's something to be said about the process. And the very challenge we had with Mente MP, which led to this committee exonerating her, appears in these proceedings. Just by way of illustration, the chairperson has charged, not the chairperson, one of my members have been charged with physically stopping PPS from effecting their duties, from crossing the floor, when she was not even present in the building. How can she conceivably be guilty of that charge when she was not even present at the National Assembly? And these are the flaws that we keep talking about. And we are suggesting to this committee, as we did the first time, did the second time, we're doing it for the third time. There must be an independent fact-finding inquiry before you charge members, or at least someone to decide on the facts. What we'll deal with now here is evidence that is baseless. You will not be shown my member being present in the National Assembly, but yet was found guilty of obstructing the PPS when she was not present. So with your indulgence, Chairperson, I ask yet again that these proceedings, in fact, before I make the submissions, because you haven't granted me that indulgence, I'm proposing this, that before the charges are put to my members, that I make these preliminary submissions to you. We adjourn. You make a ruling on my preliminary submissions. If you reject my suggestion, you then put the charges to my member, to which they can plead. Thank you for the indulgence, Chair.
Thanks, Advocate Kasiboto. You have indicated here that you would want to put points that you put the last time when we were dealing with other cases or hearings. Now, I wouldn't be able to adjourn for now so that you do that. I'd rather give you that space, that you do that for record purposes, for the reasons that you have indicated of litigation, so that this be on record before I put the charges to the members. So that we have it in record that you put those points to us.
Chairperson?
Yes, sir.
Chair, I'm sorry you were not audible at some places. If you could repeat, and also Chair, maybe you could give the initiator the opportunity to reply before the committee considers the application.
Okay, I don't know why I was not audible. Let me then give Advocate Golden.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just on a point of clarity, I would just like to clarify what exactly my learned friend is requesting of the committee. What is the ruling that the committee is supposed to consider? That's my point of clarity. And then point number 2 is that I have read out the charges. I have put the charges to the affected members, and they must now, for good order, and also in terms of the rules, they must now plead to the charges. So whether they agree with the charges or not, whether there is merit in the charges or not, that will follow. But for now, if they disagree, they must plead not guilty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Golden. I hope I am audible. Advocate Kasiboto. Advocate Golden has outlined the procedure that we are at the members pleading. I have listened to you saying you would want to put some points that you raised in the previous hearing for record purposes. I would want us to agree that we put these members, the charges to the members, and we'll come back to give you that space to raise issues that we want to raise for record purposes, because we indicate that this also is part of the litigation hearings that we would want to take.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I'm not certain if the Chairperson is now retracting her initial ruling pursuant to the engagement by the initiator with the Chairperson. I'd want directive in that respect. As I understand it, Chairperson, my suggestion was quite an elementary one, really. It is simply this. We have points in limine, which by definition mean they must be raised before the substantive aspect are dealt with. I mean, it's just a basic principle, really, and I can't believe we're here. All we're simply saying is there are issues, procedural issues we want to raise. It cannot be that simply because we raised them in unrelated matters previously, it must be taken that we've raised them here, because we have not. If the ruling of the Chairperson is that we know what you're going to say, we're not interested in what you have to say as a preliminary or point in limine issue, then say so. Then I wouldn't be bothered to make those representations. But if you allow me to make those representations, then I'll do so now. And then this committee will convene and decide on the preliminary issues as we have in the previous hearings. And if I'm bad, as far as you are concerned on those points, then of course, then we can continue with my members pleading to the charges, which is the second leg of these proceedings, which are substantive in nature. That is all I'm simply asking for. And then the initiator then asks me to respond specifically what it is that I'm asking for. It is that this committee hears me on the preliminary issues. And once you have and you take the view that we must proceed to the substance, only then will the charges be put to my members, and only then will they proceed to give their evidence, or at least hear from Mr. Basso. And I'm asking for your ruling in that respect, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Kasiboto. I will give it to honorable members. Honorable members.
Yeah. Chair, if you recall, Advocate Golden had asked for clarity, and then she was given the clarity and she would like to respond. Then we can
Okay.
open it up. Thank you.
Let's hear your response, Advocate Golden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now understand what my learned friend would like to do. He wants to raise in limine points. It wasn't very clear at the beginning, and nor was it raised right up front before the charges were put to the members. It ought to have been raised appropriately at that juncture. But that's at this point in time, neither here nor there. I have no difficulty, Chair, if my colleague wants to address certain in limine points to the committee at this juncture. I don't have an objection, and if it pleases the committee, we can adopt that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Honorable members, there's a request to take the points illumine from Advocate Kwasiboto before we put charges to the affected members. This is your hearing. Committee members.
Yes, Chair, I've got my hand up.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Ngozi. Then Honorable
Yes, Chair.
Mlenzana.
Can I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thanks very much, and good day to all of you. I think it is indeed fair to procedurally allow points in limine to be raised at this stage, and then we can then, as advised, deliberate on them and then proceed with the hearing if that is what we decide. So I'm in agreement that let's allow the representative of the affected members to raise the points.
Thank you, Honorable Ngozi. Honorable Mlenzana.
Thanks, Chairperson. I also am tempted to agree. Save this latter part now raised by Honorable Dr. Ndlozi of deliberation. That one now would be subject to what would have been presented. That's my view. But then allowing a situation where there would be a flow of the presentations, avoiding also this hip hopping and these usually stopovers which are just created. Let's allow the presentation as advised by the initiator. We'll take it from there. We'll be advised. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Honorable members, we will then allow Advocate Kwasiboto. Advocate, can I give you 10 minutes to deal with those points, Illumina?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, I could not hear you, Chairperson. How many minutes did you offer me?
10 minutes. I'm looking at my time.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am indeed indebted to you. What I intend to do is to go through briefly the substantive submissions that we rely upon as to why this committee should not sit, at least not today, not indefinitely, at least not today. We intend to provide you with the written submissions that I will make reference to now. We are, of course, here seized with charges against my clients who are present before you and charged as read out by the initiator in relation to the proceedings of the 9th and the 10th of the plenary of this House. And we have brought an application at different times which are due to be heard this year, which challenge the constitution and the processes of this committee. What Advocate Ngwadobi had done, which was quite efficient, which I repeated the last time I was here and I am repeating now, what we are suggesting is that there are challenges with the processes of this committee. And just by way of illustration, let me make this point from the start. We have always maintained that there is no reason why the dramatis personae, i.e. the main person in these proceedings, is not availed to my clients for cross-examination. And we made that point in principle the first time. What strengthens our argument is what happened the last time I was here, where there was a whole debate as to what the speaker meant when she said, "You people are disruptive." And the difficulty we had there is Mr. Klaso, who led evidence on behalf of Parliament, had said, well, we don't know what the speaker meant. And I had suggested that she clearly meant EFF members. And then MP Dlaguti suggested I was speculating. And I said, of course I'm speculating, but it's a reasonable expectation in the context of the discussion at the time. And the reason the concession was not made that she was referring to the EFF members when she clearly was, is because I had made the point that there's case law that says the speaker is not entitled to deal with members of parliament as a group or as a collective. They represent themselves individually. So you can't have collective punishment. I went further and I made the submission that Ceza MP, for example, had raised a point of order. He had not the entirety of those proceedings raised a point of order that was recognized by the speaker. And then the speaker, in response to him raising a point of order for the very first time, says, I will not allow it because you people are being disruptive. And there's no concession coming from Mr. Klaso, and I say in bad faith, because he knew the implications of making that suggestion, which would be not parallel to the case law that he is there as an individual, not as a member of the EFF. It therefore is unfair to preempt what his submission or his point of order would be on the basis of he sits on the EFF benches. For that reason, then we had said that is why the speaker has to be here, so that none of us has to speculate as to what she meant by those words. The speaker was not availed to us. We insist that the speaker must be here again. Why? Because the speaker has charged one of the members saying she was guilty of interrupting PPS from executing its duties. That member was not in the house. Conceptually, how could she then have been guilty of that charge? Only the speaker can answer that question. I'm going to put that question to Mr. Klaso in due course. He's going to speculate as to what the speaker had in mind when she kicked out that particular member. He won't give us a definitive answer. And that's the problem with not having the speaker. We, of course, understand the politics of it all. I mean, we all sound people. We understand what is happening here. And I'm saying to you, I will not force this committee to give me the speaker if you don't want to give me the speaker. The alternative to that, which is a fair compromise I would submit, is that let's then let Part B run first. And then the court itself must decide whether the speaker must be here or not. What we've been told in the past is that there was an urgent application in December where the court said these proceedings may continue. It doesn't say the points in law we raise are bad. It did not deal with that question. It simply said, we'll hear you in January. At no point did it say we are wrong by saying the speaker should be here, and we've proven why the speaker needs to be here. Firstly, in relation to Mr. Ceza, and secondly, in respect of her kicking out a member and charging her despite her not even being in the house. We say it can't therefore be rational to have the accuser not present. It's the same thing in criminal law. When someone accuses you of theft, it is incumbent on them to avail themselves to give their version and answer to it, and not hide behind paper and legal jargon and seasoned counsel. She must come answer. And if she does not want to answer, then let's let Part B decide in a court of law whether she should be here or not. That's the first reason. The second reason is what we have as paragraph 7 of our submissions, which we'll give to you. It says the Powers and Privileges Committee is a standing committee of Parliament. At present, it is constituted of 13 members of Parliament, 7 of whom are members of the ANC, 2 Democratic Alliance, and 1 who is an EFF member. Now let's digest what that means in practice. The fact of the matter, which you can't deny, is that the EFF is a political opponent of the NC. That's just fact. It's the third biggest political party. You can't, as a matter of principle, have political opponents deciding the fate of the political opponents just as a matter of law. This is precisely why you have this concept of recusal of judges. Because if you've got an interest in an outcome, particularly a punitive one, and we see how liberal this committee is in terms of punishing people, draconian if you ask me, was simply because you failed to leave the house, you are sanctioned for an entire month not to represent your constituents. In some instances, your salaries are docked. In some instances, you're asked to embarrass yourself by addressing an entire parliament, apologizing to the nation. That is quite extensive. And I'm saying if those are the measures that you're prepared to meter out, in some instances, not in isolation, but as a combination of various punishments, that extensive punishment surely cannot be at the discretion of political opponents of the EFF or the DA or the IFP for the matter, just as a matter of principle. And I'm not asking you to even make a determination as to whether I'm right or wrong, because in fairness to you, these are issues that are to be ventilated in a court of law by properly qualified persons, i.e. judges. We say there is simply no prejudice to this committee, particularly in light of the fact that we've now agreed that we'll not finish tomorrow. We'll still come back perhaps in February, March, April, who knows. And we're saying if these matters are to be heard now in January or early February, then what's the harm in allowing that process to run and then come back at a later stage if we lose at Part B? What is the conceptual difficulty for the committee to suspend these proceedings so that the court can fully ventilate on these issues I raise? And that will happen before we even sit for the upcoming session, the second session, whose dates have not even been agreed to date. So again, I ask rhetorically, I must be frank, what is the conceptual difficulty with postponing these hearings?
You have a minute, advocate, to wrap up.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd intended to raise more points, but I will abide at the risk of being sanctioned with the ruling of the Speaker that I only have a minute left. I suppose I'll reserve if we proceed with these or the rest of my submissions when I deal with Mr. Glass in cross-examination, if we get to that. With that being said, Chairperson, I think that's the totality, at least for now, as to why we're suggesting that these hearings must be pended, and I'm subjected to the ruling of this committee, and I presume you will take an adjournment to consider them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, advocate. Honorable members, I'm giving you an opportunity to deal with the points that has been raised as points illuminated by advocate Kasibot.
Chair.
Honorable Mlenzana.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, yes, sir.
People that would like to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's give her a chance.
Thank you, Chair. Just before the committee deliberates on its ruling, I just have the following very short points to make. So I hear that Advocate Kasibota has prepared written submissions in relation to his in limine points, which he has just addressed to the committee. I was not aware, nor was I informed, that the EFF's legal team were going to take legal points in limine in nature today, and nor was I given a copy of the written submissions to which Advocate Kasibota has now referred. I place on record that it would be inappropriate and indeed proper to forewarn me of this, and then also to send me ahead of the hearing so as not to take me by surprise of the written submissions. That's point number one. Point number two, and it's really just a couple of points in relation to the merits of the in limine points which my learned friend has just raised. Chair and committee, you will recall that indeed several of these points or submissions were made when we dealt with the hearing related to 30 August 2022. That hearing was finalized on the 14th of December of last year. Now, the issue of the speaker, Madam Chair, is this. I have made it very clear right up front. It's also been referred to in the various correspondence that we have written to the attorney of the EFF that we do not intend to call the speaker to prove the charges or allegations against the relevant EFF members. And the reason for that is quite simple. In my view, we do not need the evidence of the speaker to prove the charges against the members. We will almost exclusively rely, well, not exclusively, but largely rely on the video recording evidence of the 9th and the 10th of June, 2022, the proceedings in the National Assembly. I will lead the evidence of Mr. Kraso, who is our only witness at this stage. And then I will also, at the appropriate time, place on the record the affidavits of the other members or other witnesses, which we do not intend to call to lead viva voce evidence. So the short of it is that I do not need the evidence of the speaker to prove the charges against the relevant members. And as I've made the point in the hearing in December, I make it again. I must fall and stand by the evidence that I lead in this hearing. And that is a very basic principle, one which my learned friend understands. Now, in relation to the request that the committee postpone the hearing in order to allow for the Part B application, which the relevant EFF members have launched in the Western Cape High Court, if I'm not mistaken, it was in December of last year, for that process and that matter to run its course. Part B, I assume, I am not counsel in that matter, but if my memory serves me right, Part B is the review application and the constitutional challenge which Advocate Kasiboto has referred to. Now, the urgent application was dismissed. This is now in relation to the relevant EFF members and the application where they wanted to interdict the continuation of the hearings. That application, Chair and committee, was dismissed by the Western Cape High Court, and the learned judge in that matter ordered that these hearings may proceed. I also mention, and again, I rely completely on memory, that the issue of the calling of the speaker as a witness was a central feature in that application as it is in the review application. So this was an issue that was considered by the judge who heard the interdict application. And again, that application was dismissed, which cleared the way for these hearings to continue. So my submission is that there is absolutely no basis in law or for any other reason for the committee to suspend this hearing and to postpone this hearing in order to allow for the Part B review application to proceed in the High Court. Just a word of caution to you, Chair, and the committee. Practically speaking, if that were to be allowed, and if the committee were to postpone and suspend these proceedings, then it would mean that the Part B application would run at its own pace and on its own time. We have no idea when that application will be finally determined. It will, needless to state, and again I speak of experience, it could take more than a year to be finally determined, if not 2. So my final submissions are that there is absolutely no basis for the in limine points. There certainly is no basis to suspend these proceedings to allow the High Court litigation to run its course. And I ask that the in limine objections be dismissed and that the hearing continue on the merits. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Chair, I'm sorry for coming in. Ms. Advocate Kasiboto would like to come in, I think, to respond to what Advocate Collett has said. Thanks, Mike.
I promise I'll be brief, Chair. It's just in response to what has been raised, and it's to give you answers that presumably don't exist. I promise I will not take 2 minutes of your time if you'll allow me, Chair. It's just to assist.
You have a minute, Advocate Kasiboto, because I want to give honorable members of this committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is just to assist the committee. So the issue being raised is that we don't know when this matter will be heard in court. These issues I'm raising will be heard on Thursday, this Thursday, in the Western Cape High Court. So it's not an indeterminate period of time. We are saying the court will decide these issues we are raising. We are being heard on Thursday in the Western Cape High Court. That's the first issue. So there won't be undue delay or uncertainty as to when we'll get answers. Secondly, there is no response to what we're suggesting, that there has been no finding by any court. In fact, even in that urgent application, there were no reasons given, just an order, which says nothing about the merits of what we're saying, and that will be heard on Thursday. Lastly, Chairperson, and I can assure you now, these proceedings will not get anywhere, because unlike the last instance, we accepted the Hansard as presented. We will not accept it this time. Why? Because there's a difference this time. The last time the Hansard was a proper reflection of what happened on the videos. We watched the video and read the Hansard. There are many, many instances, and if you take us there, we'll take you there, where we show you that the Hansard does not reflect some of the statements in the House. For example, the speech by the Deputy President, it's not there. And there were interruptions and interjections during that speech. That is just one example of many, where in some instances, members of the ANC raise points of order without being acknowledged by the Speaker. They are not reflected in the Hansard.
Thank you, Advocate.
So I'm
we
saying
take it
short,
at that point. We
I will
take
leave
it
it
at that point, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, this is your time. Honorable Mlanzana, your hand is up.
Chair.
Yes, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson.
Hello.
And
Hello, Chair.
Yes, you have the platform.
Is that an order now?
No, Ntate Mlanzana, you can speak.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for allowing. Thanks, Chairperson, for allowing us to come in. If you would have noticed, Chairperson, when I actually allowed the learned person from the side of the affected members to come in, I deliberately had a choice of words, particularly when it came to the word deliberation. I was careful to say, let's allow the presentation save deliberation, which I now come in to actually caution the session that let's avoid falling into a trap of seeing ourselves now going back to what we had dealt with in December. There's an echo, Chairperson, I don't know from which side, but I will continue. My view, Chairperson, and the session is that this is not worth deliberation. We had allowed the 10-minute presentation, of course, as a way of procedural fairness However, the contents and of facts, as correctly put by the initiator, were perfectly rebutted, and now we cannot and we shouldn't reopen the same here and now. That's my take, Chair. That let's take that as noted, but not as a way of hip-hopping or stopping us from continuing with these hearings. That's my suggestion, Chair, that let's continue. Of course, we've noted that, but not for this hearing. Let's continue. That's my view, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Honorable members, if it's possible, can we switch off the mic in the room because it's making an echo. Honorable Joseph.
Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry for interrupting. Advocate Colin wanted to say something to assist the process.
So, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, just a matter of procedure. Is the committee now deliberating the inlimine points? If that is the case, can I then ask, and I'm sure my learned friend won't object, so that the proceedings then stand down to allow the committee to deliberate, to come back with a ruling?
Okay. Thanks for the assistance, Honorable.
Can I raise an order? Can I raise an order, Chairperson, if you allow me? Mlenzana.
Yes. Honorable Mlenzana.
Thanks for that. I am now coming with a point of order. Chairperson, there is nowhere where as the committee we have opened space for deliberations. That is the order. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Honorable Mlenzana. Order sustained. Can we then request Honorable Mandlozi?
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, I do think it is procedurally fair. We must stand down and then excuse everyone else so that the committee applies itself to the arguments that have been put forward, takes a decision, comes back to communicate it. It's only fair. I'm not sure why we would procedurally not do that. We have done it before and it is only fair. So before I make my stake, I think we should proceed in that manner. And I'm not sure, but maybe you can address me on this point. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Honorable Ndosi. Honorable members, this matter has been raised before, and I don't know if there's any adverse issues that we would want to raise in the absence of the legal teams, both legal teams, or what impact will it have on the procedures? Hence, I'm saying you are here, you can deliberate so that we deal with this matter here and now.
Chair, our hands are raised.
Yes, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm raising my hand to support Honorable Mlenzana. Like as the initiator had already alluded to the responses which our learned friend spoke of, that Chair, we allow the proceedings to proceed, the hearing to proceed. And also, Chair, that we must also raise that our learned friend was already engaging on the matters as though already responding to them. However, he wanted to insist that we have this hearing postponed as we await the court. So, which is not helpful. So, Chair, I'm raising my hand to support Honorable Mlenzana that this hearing must proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nhlanhla. I will go back to Honorable Ndlozi if you still want to make your points, Honorable Ndosi. I know that we were talking to the issue of sitting down.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. No, I agree with the submission of the affected members. As a matter of fact, the central natural justice concern here is why would we not allow the speaker to come and give testimony to the decisions that she made, both as a person that was there, but also essentially as a person that led the charges. So my submission is that we must allow that firstly. And I think that in relation to the affected honorable members, I agree fundamentally that there are the procedural concerns that have been raised must result into the immediate dismissal of the charges. So on those two scores, I'm in full agreement. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Ndosi. Honorable Dlakude. Honorable Dlakude, I'm giving you the.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, as we are already, I was hoping that maybe we will adjourn for a minute so that the committee can discuss on its own. But seeing that we are discussing now, let me get straight to the point. As we are sitting here, Honorable Chair, as a committee, there is no court interdict before us, so there is no need for the postponement until Thursday because there is a court judgment that is coming. That's my first point, of which I agree fully with what the initiator said. Secondly, Honorable Chair, this is a parliamentary process and not a judicial process, and we do not need an independent facilitator. I do have a trust in the capabilities of this committee to execute its duties fairly so. In the 2020 SONA matters, as we all know, against some EFF members, the very same committee, which is accused of being biased, unanimously agreed to drop all the charges because of lack of evidence. So I'm saying this because we are accused of being in our numbers as the ANC in this committee, while we are representing Parliament, of which the committee is a multi-party committee represented by parties of Parliament. So I just want to bring that before us so that we remember, we are reminded that this committee applies its mind when it does it, its work. So that's two. The other issue, Honorable Chairperson, in our previous hearings last year, yes, we couldn't find any evidence to against Honorable Mente. Hence, she was not charged. Hence, she was not given any sanction. So she went scot-free because we couldn't find any evidence with regard to her case. So, Honorable Chair, this thing of being not being fair in this committee because this committee numerically has many ANC members is neither here nor there. Honorable Chair, we apply our minds, we deal with the facts that are before us, and the issue of calling the speaker to appear before this committee, we said it previously and we are still saying it. We have enough evidence before us to deal with these matters. So I submit, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dlakude. Honorable members. As you have deliberated, we will proceed with the agenda before us. We were at the stage where the acting chair has to put the charges for members to plead. I have indicated, honorable members, that I will recognize each member and request the member to plead to the charges. I will allow for up to 3 minutes for members wishing to give a plea explanation. I'll give them an opportunity to do so. If a member pleads guilty to the charges, I will ascertain from the member whether the member admits guilt to the charges as put to him by the initiator. If a member refuses to enter a plea, I must enter a plea of not guilty in respect of that member. I will start, honorable members, with Honorable Ntlangwini. Honorable Ntlangwini, how do you plead to the charges?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, I plead not guilty to this concocted charges by the ANC government. I do not wish to make an explanation now at this point. I do reserve my right to do it at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntlangwini. Honorable Matumba, how do you plead to the charges?
Thank you, Chair. Not guilty.
Thank you, Honorable Matumba. Honorable Mafanya, how do you plead to the charges? Is Honorable Mafanya on the platform? Oh, yes. Honorable Mafanya. You're not audible, Tate Mafanya. Honorable members, we just see on the screen, Honorable Mafanya's gadget is failing him. He's making gestures there. Not guilty. He's showing that gestures of down. Honorable Mafanya, I take that you pleading not guilty to these charges. He's agreeing. Thank you, Honorable Mafanya. Honorable Matulelwa, how do you plead to the charges?
I plead not guilty. And I wish to give an explanation at this point, and I reserve my right to do so at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matulelwa. Honorable Marais, how do you plead guilty to the charges?
Not guilty, Chairperson. Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I can hear you, Honorable Member.
Okay, I'm pleading not guilty, Chairperson, and I will reserve my right just to keep this for the later stage. I will give an explanation at this point, and I reserve my right to do it at the later stage. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Honorable Chira, how do you plead guilty to the? How do you plead to the charges? Sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson. I plead not guilty. I don't wish to give an explanation at this point, and I reserve my right to do so at a later stage.
Thank you, Honorable Chira. Honorable Tambo, how do you plead to the charges? Honorable Tambo. Your mic is open, but there's no sound.
Chair, can I
Yes,
suggest members who have difficulty, they can also write on the chat and then we can communicate that. Yeah,
Okay.
please.
I will go back to Honorable Tambo. Let me take Honorable Montwedi. Honorable Montwedi, how do you plead to the charges?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I plead not guilty, and I do not wish to give an explanation at this point and reserve my right to do so at a later stage. Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Montwedi.
Acting Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are now, Ntate Tambo.
Yes, I plead not guilty and I do not wish to give an explanation at this point and reserve my right to do so at a later stage.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Leapo, how do you plead to the charges?
Thank you, Chairperson. I plead not guilty and I reserve my right to explain at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Leapo. Honorable Mukonto, how do you plead to the charges?
Greetings, Chair, members of the committee and honorable members. Chair, I plead not guilty and I reserve my right to give an explanation at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukonto. Honorable members, are there any members present who have not yet been asked to plead to the charges? Have I called out every member? I don't see any hands. It means all the affected members has pleaded to the charges. Honorable members, at this point, can I request that we take a comfort break? We were supposed to have that tea at 11:30 for 15 minutes. We are now at 4 minutes to 12. We will be back in 15 minutes.
Recording stopped.
15 minutes, comfort break, tea, coffee. Are we back, honorable members?
Yes, we are here, Chair. Thank you.
Is everybody back? 15 minutes gone.
Chair, not everyone is back. I'm just waiting for them to come in.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
We all back, honorable members and the legal teams on both sides.
Chairperson, if you could just grant the indulgence
Yes,
to the member of the initiators team who's still outside, if you can just grant us an indulgence, Chairperson, but the EFF legal team is all present. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Please indicate when you are here, because I hear your gadget saying recording started and I don't see from here to that side, so that we can start.
You can start. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members and both legal teams, affected members. We now go into the witnesses. Let me indicate, honorable members, that Rule 168 requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers Act, inform the witnesses as follows. They must be informed that by law, you are required to fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you. You require of the inquiry, notwithstanding that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury, or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Now, is the witness there with you, initiating?
Thank you, Chair. We will lead our witness, who is Mr. Kaso.
Okay.
He is ready to take the oath.
Mr. Kaso, do you have an objection of taking an oath or making an affirmation?
Chairperson, I have no objection to taking affirmation. Thank you.
Okay, then you have to repeat this after me. I confirm that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth.
I confirm that the testimony I'm going to give is the truth.
And only the truth and binding on my conscience.
And only the truth and binding on my conscience.
Thank you, Dr. Kaso. Honorable members, I now recognize the initiator, Advocate Golden, who will present the evidence regarding the allegations. Advocate Golden.
Thank you,
You
Chair.
have the platform.
Chair, Mr. Kaso, we will go through certain contextual and introductory questions before we proceed to deal with the video evidence, which you will take us through, and I will guide you through that. For good order, many of us, we know you, the committee knows you, but for record purposes, what is your position and what are your main responsibilities?
Chairperson, my responsibility is that of Secretary to the National Assembly. I advise the House on matters of parliamentary procedure and practice, and primarily the Speaker and then the members of the National Assembly, and of course, the House as a whole on matters of procedure and practice in terms of the rules and applicable law.
Yes, and who do you report to?
I report to the Secretary to Parliament, and in terms of House duties and procedural matters in the House, I work with the Speaker directly.
Okay. And what is the procedure, if you could just briefly explain, when a member is removed from the chamber? If you could answer with reference to the rules of the National Assembly, if there are any relevant rules.
Chairperson, the procedure will be found mainly from Rule 7.0, where a member refuses to abide by a directive of the presiding officer, or the member is acting in a disorderly manner. The presiding officer may ask a member to leave the House, and that is Rule 7.0. If the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the sitting. So, deliberate contravention of the rules, disregard of the authority of the chair, and member acting disorderly. And the next step, if a member refuses, will then be to invite the Sergeant at Arms, that is in terms of Rule 73, Sergeant at Arms to assist the member to leave the House. Sub 1 of that rule says, if a member refuses to leave the chamber when ordered to do so by the presiding officer, in terms of Rule 70 and 71, the presiding officer must instruct the Sergeant at Arms to remove the member from the chamber and the precincts of Parliament forthwith. And should the Sergeant at Arms not succeed in removing the member, the next step is for the Speaker to invite the Parliamentary Protection Services to remove the member from the chamber. And of course, there are expectations there that members would not interfere in the removal of themselves or their colleagues from the chamber. And the rules indicate that in the event of such interference, then the Speaker may order the members to be removed who are involved in that, be removed from the chamber and the precincts of Parliament forthwith. And of course, once the removal has taken place, the circumstances of that removal must then be discussed by the subcommittee on the physical removal of members, which is a subcommittee of the Rules Committee. And of course, the Rules Committee will deliberate on the matter and decide what to do with the matter, whether the matter ends there or the matter is referred to another structure to process it.
Okay, so if we can just pause there, just with reference to page 653 of your bundle.
653.
Yes, it follows immediately, if I'm not mistaken, from the unrevised Hansard transcription. 653 of the bundle, that's the report of the subcommittee.
All right.
I'll refer you to the very last paragraph on that page. What happened on the 23rd of June, 2022? Page 653.
Just let me check. 653. With you now.
Do you have that?
Yes, I have, Chair. The meeting of the subcommittee.
The very last paragraph, it refers to a meeting on 23 June 2002.
I'm just trying to fix my file because I removed some of that from the file. So just a moment. It's with you now. My apologies for that. 653, sorry.
653?
Yeah.
It's the
Yes,
report of
yes.
the subcommittee on
Sure.
physical removal of members.
I'm there, Chairperson.
And the last paragraph on that page?
At its meeting on 23rd June, the subcommittee received a briefing from the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Tasso, on the applicable rules related to the incidents and an overview of the Speaker's reports. Having reviewed the Speaker's reports on the removal of members on 9 and 10 June, and having at its disposal the minutes of proceedings.
Okay. And then if you could go to page 658. If you could just for the record identify what this is.
658 is a report of the Speaker of the National Assembly on the removal of members from the House in terms of Rule 73 of the National.
And that is what happened on the 9th of June.
Yes.
Okay, and then if we can go to page 663.
Yes, I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes, this is the report of the Speaker of the events which occurred on the 10th of June. And the members who were removed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just to confirm that you were relevant at the subcommittee meeting in order to brief the committee.
Yes, Chairperson, I was there to brief.
And then also just to confirm the procedure that from the subcommittee on the physical removal of members, the matter is then referred to the Rules Committee. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Just to clarify, what will the Rules Committee then do?
The Rules Committee would consider the report of the subcommittee, and there are various options. One of the options, one would be to say, okay, they're satisfied with the report received, and the matter ends there. There is no further action required. In other instance, the Rules Committee, depending on the recommendations of the subcommittee, would then decide for the matter to be taken to another level. If it's a matter that concerns issues of contempt, it would obviously refer it to the Powers and Privileges Committee, that the matter be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee. Of course, if it's matters of ethics and other matters, it would go to the Joint Committee on Members' Ethics, Members' Interest, Ethics and Interest. So it really depends on the nature of the recommendation of the subcommittee.
Yes. And also just to confirm that the Hansard, unrevised Hansard as we call it, because there are various iterations of the Hansard, that has been included in the bundle for the proceedings on 9 and 10 June 2022.
Yes, it has been included, yeah.
Yes. And in order to just deal with one issue which has now arose today only for the first time, it has never been conveyed to me before. You have heard what Mr. Kasiboto said when he addressed the chairperson and the committee on his in limine points. One of the points that he raised was that for this hearing, they will not agree to the submission of the unrevised Hansard. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And I'm sure that that must come as a surprise to you as it did to me.
Well, I don't know what is going to be raised. So anything that is being raised here, which I was not aware of, would naturally be a surprise.
So, Mr. Kasiboto, you will recall that if I hear him correctly, I'm sure that he will deal with it in cross-examination, that they will not agree to the unrevised Hansard to be placed on the record because it seems to be inaccurate. And he referred to certain comments or statements that were made by the Deputy President. do you recall
I
that?
recall,
Were you listening when he?
I recall that remark, yes.
Yes. So what is the procedure for the Hansard transcriptions? We all know that it's the audio recordings. It's the transcription only of the audio, not audio visual, just the audio. Is that correct?
Chairperson, I think I do need to state this before I answer this. I'm not an expert on Hansard matters. I'm secretary to the National Assembly, and there are Hansard practitioners. But Hansard, of course, is a record of the transcript of what happens in the House, and there's Hansard, unrevised Hansard that is published, and members.
Mr. Counsel, where is the unrevised or the first draft of the Hansard, the transcription published?
I think it will be in the parliamentary website. But as I say, I mean, there will be people in Hansard who will confirm those issues. It's not my area. But Hansard is generally available to members, and members are always at liberty to correct or to query the unrevised. That's why it's called unrevised Hansard, so that the final Hansard is then properly made. But Chair, I want to emphasize, I don't speak with authority on Hansard.
Yes.
Because that's not my area. Thanks.
No, certainly. But in as far as you are concerned, and whether this is within your personal knowledge, do you recall that any of the EFF members, the affected members in this hearing, whether they objected to the unrevised Hansard that we have now included in the bundle?
Well, I've not been made aware if that would have happened. It may not have come to me because I don't deal with Hansard directly, but it has not come to my attention.
Yes.
Thanks.
And have you been asked for the revised copy of the Hansard transcription?
No, not that I'm aware of. It has not reached me personally. No.
Thank you. So then let's turn to the proceedings in the National Assembly on 9 and 10 June 2022. You were present on both days, that's correct?
Chairperson, yes, I was present on both days.
Yes. So at the risk of stating the obvious, you personally observed the proceedings on both days when the Speaker of the National Assembly presided.
Yes, I did, Chairperson.
And what was the format of the National Assembly sitting on 9 and 10 June? Was it hybrid, in person, online? If you could just, again, for good order, just place that on the record.
Chairperson, the sittings of the 9th and 10th June had to do with a budget vote number 1. This is budget vote on the presidency. And the program of the House is agreed by the program committee beforehand, before matters happen in the House. So this item would have been on the program, discussed at the level of the whippery and discussed at the level of the program committee, which is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly. So this was a debate. It was not a question and answer session in the typical sense. So it was a debate where you would have the sponsor of the budget present the budget, and then you have the members deliberate on the budget. And because it's the presidency budget vote and it's usually a long debate, then the reply by the president would generally be on the following day. And that was the case even in this instance. So you had a debate on the first day, and then you had the reply by the president the next day.
Yes, and in terms of the format, was it a hybrid meeting?
Yes, it was a hybrid meeting.
Yes.
Members, a portion of members in the chamber physically, and other members on the virtual platform.
Okay. Just before we go to the video recording evidence on the 9th, Just to confirm that the order of proceedings was decided on beforehand
Yes.
by the programming committee?
Yes, it's a standard thing in Parliament.
Yeah.
Certainly in the National Assembly that there are structures that deal with different issues.
Yeah.
In this instance, the business of the House is within the scope of the program committee.
Yeah.
So it would have decided that the nature of that session. Yes.
Thank you. And then if we can now turn to the video recording of the 9th of June. Chairperson and committee, I will now ask the technicians to play the 9th of June, 2022. We will play the first part of the proceedings, the video recording, and I will ask the technician to stop at various stages to pause to ask Mr. Kaso some questions. Thank you.
In a few last century of the document, left the post of the one I explained before, and it's in the report number.
Yeah, I've got it, yeah. Can you just remind me that I need to place the affidavits of these people?
Recording in progress.
Speak on the mic.
The secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on vote number 1, the Presidency Appropriation Bill.
I now call upon the Honorable, the President, to open the debate.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy President of the Republic, David Dabede Mabuza, ministers and deputy ministers, and honorable members, and fellow South Africans. Order, Chair.
Yes. Point of order. Honorable members, order. Order from all sides, order. Yes, what's your point of order?
Oh, thanks, Chair. My order is on. Thanks, Speaker. My order is on. Today we can't find ourselves in.
What are you saying? Get closer to the mic.
Chair.
If we could just pause there for 1 second, please. If we could just pause.
Yes, honorable member.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My order is on.
If we could just pause for 1 second, please. Thank you, Mr. Kaso. If you could just identify the member.
That is Honorable Matumba.
Matumba.
Yes.
Thank you. We can go ahead.
My order is on the president. He is currently suffering from acquired intellectual intelligence.
Take your seats. That's not a point of order. That is not a point Honorable Mafumba. Honorable Mafumba, that is not a point of order. Take your seat.
Speaker, I have been finished. You are saying I must take my seat.
No, but the one who's calling an order is insulting us as the ANC. He cannot insult the president. If he's got something to say, let him say what he wants to say in a respectful manner.
Honorable member, there's no point of order.
No, but that Babun must sit down.
The one who's suffering from whatever that against the president. On you.
Take your seat.
Can that Popeye sit down also?
Speaker, you must
You're not giving anything. You've already insulted us. You're not giving anything. You've already insulted the president. What is he suffering from?
Speaker, you make a ruling when I've already addressed you.
You don't need to be given a ruling. You are unruling.
Honorable Nabute, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The program of Parliament is very clear. Today we are dealing with vote 1, the budget vote on the presidency. The program was adopted by the programming committee this morning. So nothing has changed and we will not allow anything to be done other than the budget vote on the presidency. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jakute. Mr. President, you may proceed with your budget speech.
Order, Chair. Chair, order is allowed. All order is allowed.
Honorable Mafumba.
It's Matumba, not Mafumba.
Honorable Matumba, what is the point of order?
Matumba dzula pasi ari kadopedzera chipinga ngaiwe Matumba dzula pasi tongovatumwa man.
Honorable Matumba,
my order is clear. Let me raise my order is clear.
Come on, Matumba, come on. What do you mean when you say the president is suffering? Who are you to determine how the president is?
Platform? On the virtual platform, stop it, please, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Matumba.
I raise my hand, Honorable Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Matumba.
Speaker,
yes.
My order is on the risk of this parliament. I'm saying if president is to address us, he will infect us with acquired intellectual intelligence deficiency syndrome. So, as such,
now, Honorable Matumba, take your seat.
Order, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
I raise my hand, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I'm rising on the rule of point of order that we have already took a decision around this matter. So I request that your decision be respected and then we continue.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
I don't think we are going to run this parliament like that because you don't give a speaker an opportunity to express himself and then give you
the point within which is rising on, he gets interrupted and then you allow that. Can you allow the speaker to make his point and make a ruling? His point. No,
you are not the speaker.
It
must be removed.
On which point?
Honorable Machueni, Rosina, please, will you please mute your microphones? Please, honorable members,
Speaker.
those who have not been given the opportunity to take the floor, will you please mute your mics, honorable members?
We want to call order, Speaker.
Can we be recognized on the visual platform?
Yes, we've raised our hand.
When I'm not feeling.
No, Speaker.
Remember, will you please take a seat?
No, Speaker, we've raised our hands on the platform. Honorable Malema just rises and you recognize him. You don't recognize us, and we have raised our hands on the platform.
Honorable member.
There's a person on the floor.
Honorable member, I am sorry, Honorable Matumba had his hand up in the chamber here. I am now recognizing Honorable Piri. Sit down, Honorable Matumba, please.
But I'm still on the floor, Chair.
You're not on the floor.
I'm still on the floor. Chair, we can't have a person.
Honorable Speaker,
we can't have a person who's not loyal to his own country to address.
Matumba, you are not here. Sit down.
Sit down, please. Sit down. Who are you? Who are you, Matumba?
It can't be possible.
What do you know about reality?
Can you rule on that?
Honorable members,
not loyal to
sit down. Honorable Speaker, Matumba is high, must be taken off the platform. We can't have people who are smoking in the platform. We don't know what that person smokes. That person must be taken off the platform. Yeah, but we must tell these people they can't come high here.
Order, you can't have
Honorable Matumba sounds high.
Those who are on the virtual platform.
A man who can even take money to the bank. A man who fire his own employees claiming that he do not have money while hiding 16 million under the mattress. You can't have such a man addressing the country.
Yes, Honorable Pando.
You're worried about the economy, you're hiding 16 million under the mattress. It can't be.
Honorable members, will you please allow me, Honorable Matumba, and I trust that you are listening. Rule 992 provides among others may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66. A point of order is only
Speaker, we are muted here. We don't hear anything.
To a
Mara Julia Sikete, man, and we are recognized.
Can we just pause there for a second, please?
We are muted. That's what we say.
Could we pause, yes? Mr. Castle, if you could just maybe just explain, and it's obvious, but I think for good order, what is the speaker compelled to do? What is she doing now?
The speaker is really trying to maintain order in the House, and even reminding members of the procedure in terms of raising points of order. So she's presiding in simple terms, and doing what the rules expect of her to do when she is in the chair to preside. Obviously, and if this is not what you're asking, you can let me know. Obviously, the member who had taken the floor, initially recognized but later on not recognized, Honorable Matumba, had made certain remarks which are in breach of the rules, Rule 84 in particular, among others, about making abusive remarks about the president.
Yes. Were those the remarks that we heard about the money under the mattress?
The money under the mattress, but also the issue of, I'm trying to look for the exact words that he used, acquired intellectual something.
Yes, there was that
Yes,
comment. Yes.
that's an insult and that's abuse and a member infecting others. So the issue of money under the mattress, those would be covered under Rule 85 in terms of unsubstantiated reflections on another member where you need a substantive motion. So there was a breach of the rules already, and the speaker was trying to bring the house to order at that point.
And we also heard, and I'd like for you just to confirm that the speaker asked Mr. Matumba to sit.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. We can continue.
Can we last programming meeting was this morning. So this
We are muted
on the agenda for today. For now, there is no transgression whatsoever. I rest my case. Honorable
Point of
Pando,
order. Point of order.
no, Honorable Malema, there are people whose hands are up from the virtual platform.
That is Mafanya.
No.
That is Mafanya, not Mr. Malema.
I'm not talking about
Speaker, we are muted. We can't hear nothing.
Yes, Honorable Pando.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've addressed the matter in terms of the rules. However, the rules also indicate that if honorable members keep standing up and raising irrelevant points of order, the presiding officer must take the necessary action. I put it to you, Madam Speaker, that this honorable member is infringing the rules and has raised a number of irrelevant points which have no place in the debate at this moment. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pando. At this point, honorable members, I think I have really tried my best.
Speaker,
and I am.
we are out of the
Raise
house.
your hand.
We can't hear anything.
Raise your hand
muted.
on the system. You can't hear?
Yeah, can ICT people assist us also? We can't hear. Parliament here, can we be allowed to speak here? We're muted here.
In fact, they must go back and start from scratch because we can't hear anything.
Yeah, we never had anything, Speaker. Can you protect us? They can't hear you.
If I get an opportunity, I want to be back to the city. Remember,
They can't even hear you.
Malema, when on the President Malema, stop that speaking.
No, who's from IT?
It can't be.
Who's from IT on the platform? Them as a speaker.
Oh. Because the EFF is just few people. They do as they wish in the house. We must all come back to the house.
Honorable members, can we take a break for 2 minutes whilst the ICT people are sorting out the problem? This debate will continue today. ICT, will you please sort out the problem? For now, we have 2 minutes within which to sort out the problem so that those who are on the virtual platform are able to follow the proceedings.
This is not your house. This is not your house. You'll speak anyhow at your house. This is not your house. We are all equal here. Whether another one came late or another one came earlier, we are all equal. That you should know.
ICT, are we okay now?
You can do that to the rest of the ANC people who would not have marks. You can't instruct me. Who are you to instruct me anyway?
Put on your mask first. Put on your mask.
I'm told the system is still being tested, honorable members. Patience, please.
Put up the mask.
that has been opened against the
I've
president.
asked you to desist
And here today, you
from
want
this
us, a person
unbecoming behavior.
who is to face
I've
the law
asked you,
to address us.
yes, Honorable Kungubele, but I don't want to be delayed because the honorable member is not ready to take his seat. And
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
yes,
I thought if one were to remember what Honorable Pando said, I think it is logical. If somebody keep being irrelevant and the second one repeat the same irrelevance, we request the Speaker with precision to actually give those people the penalty they deserve. I cannot explain what is it, because that member is repeating an issue on which you have made a ruling. I think would request with your indulgence. Not
thank
to
you very much, Honorable Kungubele. Honorable Kungubele. Honorable Kungubele. I want to follow every step to the latter, so that when I finally have to throw people out, no one will say I did not give them the opportunity to speak. Now, Honorable Yabona Machunya, you please, son. Please, Honorable Mafanya. Honorable Mafanya, do you still have a point of order?
I'm here.
Do you still, if you don't, thank you very much. I now invite the president to take the...
Madam Speaker.
I'm not allowing anyone of you. Mr. President, please take the floor.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order,
Order, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Ntlangwini, point of order. Point of order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we can't be addressed by a money launderer and a criminal.
No, Honorable.
We can't be addressed.
Honorable member,
we can't be addressed by a person that...
Honorable member.
The president is accused of serious crimes.
Honorable.
We can't be addressed by a person like this. That's the order of the House. We can't be addressed by a person with such huge accusations behind him.
If we could just pause there, please. If we could pause, please. Mr. Castle, if you can just identify the member.
That is, Chairperson, that is Honorable Ntlangwini.
Ms. Ntlangwini.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. We can go ahead. Sorry, Chair, there's some... Sorry, can we stop, please? The technicians are... Can we go ahead? Can we go ahead? Thank you.
Cannot be addressed by a person having such serious accusations behind him. How do you allow that?
Point of order, Chair.
You are supposed to protect this house. You are supposed to protect us and protect this house.
I have warned you. Will you please desist from this behavior? Now, Honorable Ntlangwini, I've requested you to withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, I can, on the visual platform, the Deputy President of the EFF wants to speak. And you are not
on a point of order.
You are not noting him. You are
on a point of order, Speaker.
That statement.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Yes, point of order.
Point of order is that there's not going to be any withdrawal for referring to Cyril Ramaphosa as a money launderer. That is a fact which has not yet disapproved. So there is no withdrawal that is going to take place because he's accused of serious crimes and we cannot be intimidated by you, by anyone. We've got a right here in Parliament to raise an issue of a president who is accused of serious crimes. So we can never just withdraw things that are true. What are we if we're just going to be made to withdraw things that are true?
Honorable Shivambu, please mute Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Ntlangwini, I've requested you to withdraw the statement you made. And you are refusing.
If we can just stop there, please. Chair, sorry, just before I go ahead, the recording is very bad. We can hardly hear what the members are saying. So I'm afraid we'll just have to take it as slow as what we can. I was told that it has to do with your parliamentary network system, but the speech of the recording is broken in certain places, but we'll try and follow as best as what we can. Mr. Castle, you've heard, or you've seen the interaction now between the speaker and Ms. Ntlangweni. She's warned Ms. Ntlangweni. What did she warn her of, and what did she ask her to withdraw?
She asked Honorable Ntlangweni to withdraw the unparliamentary remarks that she had made in relation to the president. Money launderer. I'll just read them from the Hansard chairperson, if you allow me.
You heard that she told him the money launderer.
Yes. Just want to be accurate in terms of what I give. We can be addressed by a money launderer and a criminal, so the honorable member said. Yeah.
Yes. You will also find that, if I'm not mistaken, at page 261 of the underlined answer.
That's where I'm reading from. And 262 speaks of the president is accused of serious crimes. We can't be addressed by a person like this with such huge accusations. Yes, that continues.
Thank you, Mr. Castle. Those are the remarks that the speaker is now asking Ms. Ntlangweni to withdraw.
That's right.
Yes, we can go ahead. Thank you.
Now, I am warning you now, member.
Chair, she can't withdraw political statement. We are here, we are politicians.
If we can stop there, please. If we can pause there, please. Thank you. Mr. Castle, we now also have the other member who was seated at the back of Ms. Ntlangweni. He also rose to his feet.
Yes.
That was Mr.
Matumba.
Yes. So also just to confirm what is already there, Mr. Matumba supports Ms. Ntlangweni's comments that the president is a criminal.
Yes, he does, and he says it's a political statement. And he supports, and of course, he was not recognized when he spoke.
I was just going to ask, it appears that he rose up without being recognized.
Spoke while the speaker was busy addressing the House, and the speaker should be heard in silence. So that is what happened there.
Thank you. We can continue. We can pause there, please. We can, thank you. At the risk of stating the obvious, Mr. Castle, there appears to be chaos on both the online platform and in the House. Is that correct?
Yes, largely the online platform, but certainly in the House as well, there was disorderliness.
Yes. And the speaker then asks, who does she ask to leave the chamber?
She asked initially Ms. Ntlangweni.
Yes.
And the next interaction was Ms. Matumba as well.
Yes. Thank you. We may proceed.
I requested Honorable Tawhidi and Honorable Matumba to leave the house, and they are refusing to remove them. Remove them from the house.
If we can pause there, please. Thank you. Mr. Castle, with reference to page 268 of the unrevised Hansard, that's where we are right now. Just to confirm again that the speaker has requested their removal.
Yes, the speaker requests their removal. Sergeant at Arms, please remove the members. So at that point, speaker is referring to the honorable member Tlangwini and honorable Matumba to leave the house.
Yes.
They are refusing.
Yes.
Remove them. Yes.
My apologies, please go ahead.
Then she says, remove them from the house. Yes.
And also again, at the risk of stating the obvious or asking the obvious rather, why did she ask them? Why was she compelled on the objective video evidence to ask them to leave?
Because they were in breach of Rule 70, among others, and Rule 69, obviously. And then she asked them to leave the house, and the honorable members refused to leave the house. And therefore, the next step had to be calling of the Sergeant at Arms to assist the members to leave the house. And of course, as we know, the members did not even leave the house even at that point. Hence, it had to be escalated to the next level. Yes.
Thank you. We may proceed.
There
we see the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Kasa, just to confirm.
Yes, that is
Mr. Tabela Malimi. I just want to be very careful. I don't want to say Malema. It's Malimi. Is that correct?
Yes, it's Tabela.
Sergeant at Arms. He's now approaching Mr. Matumba to leave.
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Speaker, our speaker members of CFM on the platform are muted.
On a point of order, Speaker.
We have raised our hands on the platform, Speaker. Can you be recognized, please?
On a point of order.
Please give me an opportunity to get these members out first.
No, it doesn't.
Why
is this? Address members as a group. You're going to address them one by one. And then tell them what they have done.
Mr. Baba must leave the house. Mr. Baba.
Ramaphosa must also leave the house. You yourself must leave the house.
We could just pause there for 1 second, please. We could just pause there for one. Thank you. Mr. Kaso, please just explain for the record purposes what we now observe on the video recording.
We now see the Sergeant at Arms.
Could we go back to the video recording, please? If we could just pause there where we left off. Thank you.
The Sergeant at Arms pointing out for the benefit of the production services, the members who ought to be removed from the House. And that would have been, at this point, standing next to Honorable Matumba, but also looking in the direction of Honorable Tlangweni.
Yes. And also just for record purposes, to say that there are male and female members of the protection services
Certainly.
that have been asked to come in to assist with the removal.
That's correct. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. We can go ahead.
You can't even explain. We want the members of parliament to be beaten. Your hands are dirty like Balega. Unity of the house.
That's what members of
How dare they say that it's
If we could just pause there, please. Thank you, Mr. Kaso. As you correctly pointed out, the male and female members of the Parliamentary Protection Services, as we call them, the PPS, have come into the chamber because Ms. Ntlangweni and Ms. Matumba refused to leave the chamber.
Yes.
They've been in the chamber now, and it seems like they are still refusing to leave. Is that correct?
They had not left on their own. Yes. And they had not been removed yet. Yes.
They refused the Sergeant at Arms as well?
Well, I think Sergeant at Arms can speak to that. But as far as I see it, they had not been removed yet. And they had not left when the Sergeant at Arms removed them.
Yes, but the PPS, members of the PPS are already inside. They are still there.
They are already inside. Could be that the Sergeant at Arms was trying to explain to them the exact members.
Where to go and who to remove.
Yes.
Okay, let's
But because I was not there physically with the Sergeant at Arms, so I don't know the conversation that was happening there. But certainly they had not left at that point. Yeah.
Yes. So in other words, they were still refusing at that point to leave.
Chairperson, I'm not able to say they were refusing because I don't know what they were saying there, but they had not left. They had been asked to leave and they had not left. So they were still in the chamber.
I think maybe I need to make this clear. It's my fault.
Yes.
They had refused the Sergeant at Arms.
That's right.
Yes. Which necessitated the calling in of the PPS.
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. Let's see what happens further. Thank you.
Speaker, can you recognize me?
They have no rights to touch our members. They have no rights to touch our members. Natasha,
if we could pause there, please. If we could pause. If we could pause the video recording, please. Thank you. Mr. Kaso, if you could just explain to us what happened.
Here we see the Honorable Matumba clearly not keen to leave the house and being removed forcefully by the Parliamentary Production Services. And I think I do need to state this, and honorable members will see There are some instances where parliamentary services would come in and the member would just walk out with the members.
Yes.
But there are instances like this one, where the member is clearly not moving out on his own and has to be forcefully removed from the house. And that is what we see here.
What we see here, and just for you to confirm, is that Mr. Matumba resisted his physical removal.
Yeah.
Hence why they had to physically remove him from the chamber.
That's right.
Yes. Thank you. We can go ahead. And again, if we could pause there, please. Thank you. That is then followed by Ms. Ntlangweni. Can you explain to us what we've observed?
We have observed they're also being removed by the Parliamentary Protection Services from the House. We don't see any fighting, but of course, the member had refused to move out when asked to by the Speaker and by the Sergeant at Arms, and it had to take Parliamentary Protection Services to be called in for her to be moved physically.
Yes, and which members of the PPS had walked out with Ms. Ntlangweni?
I see I can just ask for a rewind.
Can we rewind just 1 minute, please?
No. So it's a political statement that President is a money launderer.
We went a little bit further, but I think let's just.
Sure. If I may. Maybe.
We can pause, please.
No, I was going to say maybe it can just be taken to the point where Ms. Ntlangweni was being removed. That's the point I was asking for. Yes.
They went a little bit further back. Can we just go forward just maybe 30 seconds and see where that takes us?
All official languages. Speaker, I want to.
I think that's too far.
You're out of order. I've been waiting for order here. Speaker, I want to start by appreciating yourself in taking out Ndengwa, Matumba. You have done well. I applaud yourself to deal with Matumba.
What point is that? What order is that? What's the point of order?
All official.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, it is unacceptable for you to call on member. But the President is not me. The Speaker said, Honorable Malemo. Speaker, you cannot call a security on Honorable Member Matumba because you have not followed the same procedure you follow on You cannot treat them as a group.
Sorry, can I just ask the technicians just to go back to where Ms. Ntlangweni was removed? That is what Mr. Kaso asked for. Ms. Ntlangweni. I think that is too far forward. No, you've got to go back.
Advocate Golden, as they are rewinding, I want you to come to a point where we will break and allow members and the teams to take lunch. So that we don't infringe on them. We will allow you to rewind and deal with that point.
That is fine. Thank you. So we'll take the lunch adjournment now, and then when we come back, and this is just for purposes of the technicians, if we can rewind and go back to the removal of Ms. Ntlangwini when we commence again after lunch. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, perfect then. That will suffice for us. Honorable members, I will request that we pause here, take the lunch that is scheduled for now, 45 minutes. We resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Speaker, we are muted.
My plea is
I want to make an
Speaker, you have to explain to each of and we must make political statements.
No.
Our politicians and we are politicians. Speaker, you have Speaker, you have our politicians. Speaker, you have to explain to each Speaker, you have to explain to each
Honorable members, the time is exactly 2:00. Can we check with our support staff? Is everybody back?
Chair, we're just waiting for the EFF's legal team to come inside.
Okay. You will then give us an indication so that we resume.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Chair, we are all here.
Thank you, honorable members. I hope we are refreshed. We are on our last lap for the day. Can we settle and resume as we allow Advocate Gorin to continue with leading the evidence? We are in your hands, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. We will then just go back to the removal of Ms. Ntlangwini. The technicians can just take us to that part of the video recording, please. Thank you. Okay, it seems like we're having some technical difficulties. Perhaps we can just allow the technicians just to sort out the problem.
We are here. We're waiting for them.
Speaker, you have to explain to each and every member what is your offense.
Comply with.
You can't even explain.
Chair.
We want the members of parliament to be beaten. Your hands are dirty like Badega.
The ability of the house.
You are the one who then.
Sorry. The technician, sorry, we can't see the video. And if you could go back to 39 minutes. Yeah, 39 minutes, and we can't see the video. If you could project it on the screens, please.
Remember what is okay.
Comply with
We can't even explain.
Chair.
Now,
Come on, give us the camera back.
Can remove me now. Take them out. All of them. How are you? Speaker, you can't remove them from the group.
On you.
Yes. Speaker, you have to explain to each and every member what is okay.
Comply with
We can't even explain.
Chair.
We want the members of parliament to be beaten. Your hands are dirty like Banega.
The ability of the house.
You are the one who then.
That's on members of parliament.
Out there, they say you're involved.
Small boys.
Speaker, on the point of order. But you can't make a clean.
Point of order.
Speaker, can you recognize me? Speaker, can you recognize me?
On the point of order.
Speaker, the deputy president is calling a point of order. Speaker.
Sponsors have no right to touch our members. They have no right to touch our members.
Natasha, move those idiots.
They have no right.
Never touch our members. Moving the wrong people. People are supposed to remove the Take them out.
Thank you. If we could pause there, please. We've now had a better look, Mr. Kaso, at the removal of Ms. Ntlangwini. What are your observations?
Yeah, no,
as obvious as they may be, but we need to go through them.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry that I had to take you back to that clip. I see the three colleagues, production services, female, around Ms. Ntlangwini when the member is being removed from the chamber. Yes.
You can continue. Thank you.
On the point of order.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, on a point of order. Honorable members, the sound is not through. Can hardly hear what I'm
Speaker,
Actually made a statement which is unparliamentary. She said we cannot be addressed right now. And
yes. Not hear that. And therefore, I will have to go back to Hansa and come here and give a ruling. Honorable Chabalala, on a point of order,
criminal.
Speaker, I'll also rise on that order that can we have a control over the virtual platform? Those are not recognized to speak in the virtual platform clearly because it's disrupting the House, can be muted.
Mrs. Daisy, please.
Cosmetics. Any member
Cosmetics.
On the point of order, Speaker, can you please recognize me?
I appeal to you, not to just.
Speaker, can you please recognize me?
I really want to make an appeal.
Our hands are up, Speaker.
But equally, I want to make an appeal. Honorable member.
Can you recognize us on the platform, Speaker? Our hands are up here on the platform.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
Our hands are up on the platform.
Honorable Speaker, it is unacceptable for you to call security on members.
You are not special.
But I'm recognized. What do you mean? The Speaker said, Honorable Malema. Speaker, you cannot call a security on Honorable Member Matumba because you have not followed the same procedure you followed on Honorable Speaker. You cannot treat them as a group.
And both of them he needs an instruction from me.
Can the president come and address the nation, please?
Not twice, thrice. And I have now issued a directive that he should leave the house. Now, honorable members, I will now mute anyone who conducts himself, herself, in a manner which is our hands are up, Speaker. My hands are up. Remember, Mr. President.
Our hands are up. Can you speak? My hands up. No.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
Malema, you your point.
On the point of order, Speaker. That's not me. I don't know what you are calling my name. I don't know why you are calling my name. I didn't say anything.
Honorable member.
Two comrades that we have just told to go out.
Yes.
Not represent themselves.
Yes.
We have a constituency.
Yes.
That we have to look after. Number two, our mandate.
This is not a point of order.
Our mandate is to have clean governance.
Yes,
if we could just pause there, please. I must say that the audio is very bad of the video recording. We can hardly hear anything that is happening. If the technicians can please see what they can do about the quality of the video.
That is Honorable Mafanya. Yes.
Finish, Speaker. Don't panic.
You are very impatient.
On a point of order,
Ask which rule is this?
Thank you.
No,
Speaker. Read in line with Rule 66. Any member who writes a fear, Madam Speaker, any member who writes a fear must coach the vote that you want to present. Common sense that you have presented this year, not anyone.
Point of order, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Chair, there's been a lot of members here who are out of order. Such that they deliberately misled this House. The member that was taken out was given time to echo their order, and you ruled on that. So I don't know why should we continue doing this chaos. I wanted to raise that, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ngola. Honorable Piri.
On a point of order, Speaker. We've been trying to raise on a point of order. You are ignoring us, Speaker.
Honorable Piri, I now recognize you.
Can I be
What
recognized?
about me?
Now I'm voting recognized.
Honorable Piri, I now recognize you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to speak in Venda, mixing with Sotho, as they are all official languages. Speaker, I want to...
Sorry, could the technicians possibly go to 1 hour and 3 minutes, please? So it would be 0103. We could just go there.
Honorable Tafeni. That.
We can just stop there with Mr. Feni.
Prescribed in Rule 66. A point of order is only.
We can continue just a little bit.
Call for attention to a transgression of a rule or an accepted.
I'm terribly sorry, but this is we can't hear anything. Thank you.
Ruled that the privilege of freedom of speech can never go as far as to give members a license to disrupt the proceedings. Now, you are disrupting the procedures. Now, Honorable Tafeni and Honorable Mafanya, I did give you an opportunity to speak, and I am now ruling that your points of order are not in line with what I have just read. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker,
Now, there was
EFF members in Pichwal are muted
Honorable-
all of us. So, those
Honorable member, Honorable Tafeni, Honorable Tafeni, I warn you.
The Speaker, you are
I warn you, Honorable Tafeni.
Please,
Sergeant at Arms, will you please proceed to help assist?
And look at those members that are not
assist Honorable Tafeni.
Point of order, Chair. Madam Speaker,
Honorable.
it seems you are going to remove all of us. And want to put this thing on record. Madam Speaker, I want to put this on record. The country, it is very...
On a point of order, Speaker.
What point are you raising? What point are you raising?
She's raising a relevant point that you can't mute us on the platform.
Which rule are you raising? You have muted the majority of parliament on the virtual platform. It's out of order. How do you do that?
But you are worse than Balega now. Why are you removing Tafeni by taking the members of shame?
You have muted parliament.
Number
Which rule are you
writing? We want
You don't even recognize the hands. That's the way EFN is now.
Why? You want to speak amongst on a point of order, Speaker. We are on the
Can just stop there, please. Mr. Castle, although Mr. Feeney is not part of the charged members, you do confirm as per the video recording that that was now her removal.
Yes.
We can proceed.
Now I move to you.
on a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. On the virtual platform, there's a point of order.
Is disregard the authority.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of orders, yes.
Speaker.
There's a point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker. There's a point of order on the virtual platform, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
I have given
Point of order.
Point of order on the virtual platform. Not once, I have warned you twice.
Point of order. What is this? We're not in your
people out like that. You can't be throwing people out like that. What do they do?
Can you bring the bouncers to come and pick me up?
Mafanya, will you please leave the chamber?
But you speak. Please, indlala ngabantu lapha.
Will you please
please? Thank you. If we could pause there. Mr. Castle, you confirm that the speaker has now asked Mr. Mafanya to leave.
Yes, she did, and she says something like, "Can you bring in the bouncers?" Which is, yeah, but she had asked him. Yeah.
Thank you. We can continue.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Who's the rule? Speaker. Order.
You must not rule 69. Rule 69. That's not must not do my fire, not his house. Not a
Speaker.
Speakers not helping. That is your borders.
We're not protecting the state of war. That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
If we could go to 0115. I think that is where the president starts speaking. If we could just check that, 0115. Sorry, if you could play it just for a few seconds.
Where I have seen
That has hit it.
Our president has any question appeal process.
Why don't you leave?
Of the National Assembly, honorable members. I had already.
Point of order, Speaker.
Also,
You're not going to allow point of order, Speaker. The one that point of order, sir. Please recognize us. How to recognize us?
as well as this parliament.
Oh, where's the cow now?
Speaker, where is money? Where's the money?
Not the place I'm telling him to come.
Where is the money?
Woman and child.
Speaker, this which you are doing right now is out of point of order. You are in breach of parliamentary rules. You can't members of the House. You can't sit there and pretend like you are not talking.
Go to jail, Ramaphosa.
Table stuff. Will you please don't pretend like we are not speaking here on the platform.
Not allowed to know what you are doing. What is that?
No, do not mute us. You have no right to mute us and pretend like we're not talking here on the platform.
And the parliament to sound.
There was a long list.
We could just pause there for 1 second. Mr. Castle, there's obviously great disorder on the online platform. Is my observation correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Yes, and the members on the online platform are speaking at the same time that the speaker is speaking in the House.
That's correct.
And that is why we can't hear her properly.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So I think at some or other stage she rules that the online platform is muted, but let's just proceed with the video. Hopefully that will come up within the next minute. Thank you.
Busy bouncers. No, the list you have given us, we have attended to it and we will talk to this.
No. I just
We are
want
going to announce bouncers.
platform.
Point of order, Speaker.
Okay,
On a point of order.
They can hear.
On a point of order, Speaker.
They will raise their hand on the platform.
Please allow us to speak. We have raised hands.
Finish his speech.
Please.
Ramaphosa open parliament.
Yes, Honorable
Ramaphosa.
Please allow us to speak. Our hands
Criminal.
Speaker, the head of
Speaker, can we please speak?
Honorable Tambo.
Sorry, if we could just stop there. Mr. Castle, the disorder and chaos continues on the online platform, and that is the chief whip of the opposition, Ms. Natasha Mazzoni. She's trying to address the House and the Speaker. Is that correct?
Yes, the then chief whip, yes.
Yes, while there's chaos on the online platform. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, if I could just for record purposes, refer to pages 316 and 317, Chair and Committee of the unrevised Hansard. The chaos was so bad that the address of Ms. Mazzoni to the House could not be transcribed because of the chaos. We can continue, thank you.
Is it 20? On a point of order.
The parliament is not speaking here.
Busy bouncers.
Busy bouncers. This was
Thank you, Honorable Mazzoni. Honorable members, table staff, I have directed you to mute all the people who are on the platform. Only allow them to raise their hands, only, but not to speak when they are not recognized. Now, that does not affect the people who are in the chamber. The people who are in the chamber, there is no way we've muted you. It is not true. But I have pleaded with you as honorable members, as leaders of society, that you now allow for the president to present his budget vote. And if you feel very strongly about raising issues with him, you will have an opportunity this afternoon to raise those issues when you debate his speech. That's what I'm saying. That is my ruling, honorable members. So I will not allow anyone now, from now onwards until the president finishes, I will not allow anyone to raise a point of order because unfortunately the points of order are frivolous. Thank you.
We can stop there, please. Thank you, Mr. Kaso. Here we see that the speaker has ruled on the issue of the points of order. And if you could just for record purposes, just confirm what her ruling was.
The speaker was concerned about the disorderliness that was prevalent at the time. And her ruling was that the virtual platform would be muted and of course that points of order would not be taken. And the idea was that
to be more accurate, if our memory serves me right from the video clip, that there will be no points of order until the president has delivered his budget vote speech.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes, and she also said that up to that point, the points of order that have been raised have been frivolous.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. We can continue.
You may proceed. The honorable Mr. President.
I don't know about that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I was saying, the people of our country first.
And sorry, if the technicians could possibly go to 1 hour and 31 minutes, 01:31.
Companies pledges they aim to achieve long-term water security.
I will not allow switch off your microphone. Are you going to them? Are you going to
Sorry, it's before this, please. Thank you. I think we can start here. You can play the video. Thank you.
They aim to achieve long-term water security for our country and our people, cheaper mobile data, also Africans, and a visa regime that facilitates tourism and investment.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order. Honorable Member, you have just stepped in and I have just made a ruling that I will not allow anyone to make a point of order because we've taken an hour.
But our members in the platform are muted, Speaker.
If it pause there, thank you. Mr. Kaso, if you can identify that member, please.
Matulelwa.
Matulelwa.
Yes.
Thank you. We can continue with the video.
Because you are not our there's no problem. Your is right.
Switch off your microphone.
Are you going to Are you going
If we can stop here, please. If we can stop, thank you. Mr. Kaso, just your comment on Ms. Matulelwa's behavior. She is shouting at the speaker after the speaker has not only made a ruling, but has repeated the ruling.
Yes.
What is just comment on her behavior, please?
I think the point that has to be made before I get to the specifics is that when a member has difficulties with a ruling of the speaker, there's a procedure to do that. And the rules say that that ruling must not be challenged in the House, but you may report the principle of the ruling may be dealt with by the Rules Committee. So I think that's the point is important. So Speaker had made a ruling, and the expectation is that everyone must abide by that ruling. The member did not. Of course, she was outside when the ruling was made, but Speaker took the time to explain what she had ruled. And the member continued to speak, and also unrecognized in breach of the rule that says that when the Speaker speaks, members should not speak.
And did she respect the Speaker?
She did not respect the ruling of the Speaker. No.
And is it fair to say and accurate to say, judging from the video, that she shouted, she continued to shout at the Speaker?
Yes, she was shouting. Yes.
Thank you. We can go ahead.
Will you please?
If we can pause there as well. So, Mr. Kaso, again, we hear the accusations against Mr. Ramaphosa from Ms. Matulelwa, calling him a criminal and a money launderer. And we now already know that that was already dealt with earlier on in the proceedings by the Speaker. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Even if it was not dealt with earlier, it would still be wrong. It's abusive in terms of the rules.
Yes. And we see once again that, is it fair to say that Ms. Matulelwa was being particularly egregiously defiant and disrespectful to the Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. We can go ahead.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Thank you very much. Will you please remove the member from the House?
And also, if we could just pause there. We hear now, just for you to confirm, Mr. Kaso, that the Speaker then ruled that Ms. Matulelwa leave the chamber. She refused to leave, and then the Sergeant at Arms was called to remove her.
That's correct.
Thank you. We can continue.
Sorry, Chairperson. Chair. Chairperson, can I please come in? It's Gus Voto for the EFF.
Yes, Advocate Kaswala.
Chairperson, and I apologize for doing this, but I must. You'll recall in the previous sitting that we had, I'd objected to the line of questioning of Mr. Glasso, particularly because the answers were suggested to him. It happened initially in these proceedings, and I didn't object. And I generally don't, unless it's of course a concern. At the start, the proposal that was put to Mr. Glasso was, you would have heard the submissions by Mr. Kasibot, and they took me by surprise. Surely they took you too by surprise. That infers the answer that Mr. Glasso must give. It's happening yet again. And you'll recall again from the previous hearing, I suggested that when you put words in the mouth of the witness, then it becomes embarrassing if that's not his actual answer, because then he's going to say, no, that's not my answer, or merely agree with the initiator's proposal. Now, what has happened now is a statement is put to Mr. Glasso, which is untrue, and he accepts it to be true. If you have regard to this particular question at 3 to 6, the proposal is put that the Speaker had warned the Speaker, or rather Ms. Matulelwa, and asked her to leave. That is not what the transcript reflects, neither is it reflected in the video. Again, I ask, Speaker, this is all I'm asking, that when a question is put to Mr. Klaso, it must be open-ended. Who, why, what, why? It cannot be prefixed by a suggestion of what the answer should be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Kasiboto. Advocate Golden, you have anything to say before you proceed there?
Sorry, Chair, you could just repeat that?
I was saying, do you have anything to say in terms of the request made by Advocate Kasiboto before you proceed with your evidence leading?
Yes. Chair, yes, just on the issue of the questions. There was a complaint that I was putting leading questions to Mr. Klaso. I'm only putting what is already on the record to Mr. Klaso and that which is uncontroversial. And I'm doing that in order to expedite the leading of the evidence. And normally that is uncontroversial if something is not in dispute. It was clear from the video recording that she had asked or she had told Ms. Matulelwa to leave. I also refer you and the committee to page 325 of the unrevised Hansard. You will recall that my learned friend, when he objected to my line of questioning, said that it's not correct that the speaker had first warned Ms. Matulelwa. I'm sorry, but my learned friend is just wrong. He's factually incorrect. When one looks at page 325 of the unrevised Hansard, it's clear there that the speaker warned. It's in the middle of the page. She is warning Ms. Matulelwa. The warning was then followed by an instruction to leave the house. When she refused, the sergeant at arms was called. So that is uncontroversial. And may I also just complete my response by saying this, that we need to look at the behavior of the relevant member, not just in terms of the video evidence, but also cross-refer where possible, where it's been transcribed, to the unrevised Hansard. They complement each other. And that is where the warning comes from, but the warning was already on the recording. So the questions, if they are of a mildly leading nature, it is because it's uncontroversial and because it's already on the record. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, if you could just, before you make your ruling, Yes, Chairperson, if I could just respond before your ruling.
I haven't given you that. I would request that you also allow me space to say, do you have anything? Because I wouldn't agree that you guys make, you advocates do something like a conversation amongst yourselves. I will give you that minute, but so that I make my ruling and we proceed. Otherwise, it's going to be you and her also wanting to respond.
Thank you,
All right.
Chairperson. I was by no means going to barge in and make my point without you giving me permission. That is precisely what I was asking for. And thank you for the indulgence there. I persist with my objection. My learned friend has suggested that what she puts to Mr. Klaso is uncontested and it's on the record. She again has repeated that on the record, the speaker asked my client to leave. I'm inviting her to show this house where that is. It's not on 325 that she's talking about. It's not on 326. How then can it be uncontested? I ask again, where in the record does it show that what I am saying is shocking to her and Mr. Klaso? There's no evidence to that effect. It's a proposition that is nowhere. So it can't be correct to say it's uncontested evidence. Where does it say that the speaker has asked the member to leave? It's nowhere here, but yet Mr. Klaso agreed to it. So I'm inviting her to show us where the speaker said the member must leave, and thereafter you can make your ruling, Chair. Thank you.
Advocate Golden, Do you want to respond to that before I make the ruling?
Yes. May I don't agree with the objection, but may I propose that I resolve it in this way? Can I put another question, Madam Chair, to Mr. Castle? Just to deal with that. Mr. Castle, may I refer you? May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, ma'am. As a way of moving forward. Or are you,
Mr. Castle,
dealing with a concern that is raised by Advocate Kasiboto that you mustn't ask leading questions so that we move forward?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand that are you dealing with what Advocate Kasiboto raised, that you must refrain from asking leading questions so that we know we're moving forward? Because I would have ruled that you observe that request that is coming out of him.
I'm happy to move forward.
All right, please do, but also consider what he has raised.
I'll take it under consideration. Thank you. Mr. Castle, you have now heard the interaction between the chair, myself, and Mr. Kasiboto on the issue of the speaker asking Ms. Matulelwa to leave. May I refer you to page 326 of the unrevised Hansard?
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes. Perhaps you can start where the speaker says, "Honourable member, will you please withdraw that?"
Yes.
If you could just read the next couple of lines.
Honourable member, will you please withdraw that? The member says, "I am not leaving. What are you going to do?"
Okay, so if we can just pause there. So chair and committee, and here on page 326, Ms. Matulelwa says, "I am not leaving. What are you going to do?" So what does that tell us, Mr. Castle, if Ms. Matulelwa tells the speaker she's not leaving?
It tells us that Ms. Matulelwa understood what was going on to be asking her to leave.
Thank you. We can go ahead, please. The video recording, thank you.
Such an unreported. No, not if they have we are attending. Thank you very much. This is our parliament, not
If we can just pause there, please. Mr. Castle, so what did you hear Ms. Matulelwa say about leaving?
She's not going to leave.
That she's not going to leave.
And Sergeant at Arms is the member and stuff, questioning basically the role of the Sergeant at Arms and his status. Yeah.
Thank you. We can go ahead.
I have given opportunity. There's no opportunity. To conduct business, you must
We can pause there, please. We can pause there. And Mr. Castle, and there we hear again, if you can confirm that Ms. Matulelwa once again calls the president a criminal. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. And also it is significant that the speaker says, "I've given you a further opportunity."
Thank you.
A further opportunity to leave the house.
To leave, yes.
And that further opportunity is when the Sergeant at Arms is assisting the member. further opportunity.
Thank you.
So it means that there would have been a first opportunity and then a further opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Castle. We can continue. Thank you.
On my behalf, ndiyacela President makume wena on my behalf.
Will you please close? Protection services, you are taking too long. Please remove the member from the house. I have read the rule under which she is being removed.
Sorry, for what? I excuse you for what?
If we could just pause there, please. Again, at the risk of asking you an obvious or rhetorical question, Mr. Castle, what are your observations from the video recording when the PPS comes in to remove Ms. Matulelwa?
I'm seeing
what is her behavior?
I'm seeing resistance, violent resistance to being moved from the house.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. May I just address Sergeant in Arms? Sergeant in Arms, when you have reported to me that they are refusing to leave the house, once I say now you may remove them, the PSS should move, the PPS must move with speed. Because what I've observed now is that they take too long to come in and do what they are expected to do. And in the course of that, they are delaying the house. Honorable Mr. President, you may continue with your speech.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, these reforms aimed on a long-term basis.
We can pause the recording there. Thank you. Mr. Castle, you confirm now that at that point, just give me 1 second, that for the 9th of June 2022, these were the EFF members who were removed from the house. It was Ms. Ntlangwini, Mr. Matumba, Ms. Mafanya, and Ms. Matulelwa. That correct?
And Ms. Tafeni, yes.
Ms. Tafeni, yes, although she is not
Indeed.
charged.
Yes, so these are the members that before this committee now were removed on the day. Yes.
On the 9th?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is the evidence in chief. Sorry. That's my mistake. My request was going to be that we take a 5-minute leg stretch and bathroom break, and then we will continue with the 10th. Madam Chair, the 10th, the video recording for the 10th will take will take a bit longer because it involves more members on the 10th, including the members who were also removed on the 9th. But I'm in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Golden. Honorable members, let's take a 5 minutes leg stretch as requested, and please ask your technical team to be ready in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
My members back, saving us a minute.
Speaker, the counsel for the initiator and her junior are not with us at the moment. Well, neither is the witness. So if you can just indulge them, Speaker.
No, I thought they are back. I heard some noises. Is it my time or they want to save us a minute or so? No, that's fine. Let's wait. I'll get an indication when everybody's back.
Recording in progress.
My apologies, Madam Chair. We are back.
Thank you, Advocate Golden. We are in your hands for continuation. And just note as you continue for an hour that
Thank you, Chair.
You save us the time that we agreed on the program.
Thank you, Chair. We'll start now with a video recording of the 10th of June, 2022, which is the day on which the President was supposed to respond to questions regarding the budget vote speech, which occurred the day before. We can start and play the... Thank you.
Testing 1, 2.
Chair, sorry, just to facilitate things a little bit, I think we can jump straight to, this is for the technicians now, to 40 minutes into the video. But there's just one or two things that I just want to place on the record with regards to the introduction. We don't have to play it, but I'll just read it out. You will find it on page 480 and 481 of the unrevised Hansard, the first 2 pages of Friday, 10 June, where the Speaker opens the proceedings by saying the following, and I, for good order, will read it into the record. She says, order, honorable members. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Honorable members, I noted that yesterday it took us exactly an hour and 10 minutes before we could start with the business of Parliament. Then I jump to the second paragraph below that. Now, there are certain rules I want to draw your attention to, which you are quite familiar with. That is on points of order, Rule 92(1). A member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedures prescribed in Rule 66 by stating that he or she is rising on a point of order. This is the first thing I would like to do. to remind, a point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure or practice, or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct as defined, and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach of conduct occurs. That is in terms of Rule 92(2). Now, please note this. No other member may raise another point of order before the presiding officer has ruled on the first point of order, that is Rule 92(7). No member may raise a point of order again on a similar point of order if the presiding officer ruled that it is not a point of order or that the matter is out of order, which is Rule 92(8). Members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with the rules. A presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final, binding, and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. This is now Rule 92(11). Now, honourable members, I'm reading all this because I would want to ensure that there is no disorder in the House today. Honourable members, it makes it very difficult for the presiding officer when everyone is up on their feet and raising their hand whilst the presiding officer is here to deal with the first point of order. It makes things difficult. I want to all of us, with all the differences that we may have, it is important for us to maintain the decorum of the House. I'm appealing to all of us, honourable members. It is important that we maintain the decorum of the House. On that note, honourable members, I hope that I'm understood and that honourable members will conduct themselves like real honourable members should. Thank you for your attention. We don't have to play that on the video recording. I would ask that we then go for the technicians to say 42 minutes into the video recording. Thank you. We can start there.
Okay. No need never to watch me from our mouth. All of that, Honorable Chairman, will be investigated. But what you did, I am leaving. Honorable Tafeni, I am pleading with you to leave the House. Honorable Tafeni, I am requesting you to leave the House. For what? For what happened before we left here. Point of order, Speaker.
Sorry, if we could just pause there for 1 second, please. But I'm going according to this now. Yeah. My opinion. Let's go back a little bit. The technicians, can we just start 5?
Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, the technician, can we just start at 5 minutes, please? If we could move back to the beginning. We could just fast forward where the speaker is in and where she starts the proceedings. Thank you.
With our work. However, in terms of the powers vested in me, I had to give rule number 77 because it allows me, in the event of a grave disorder at a meeting, that the presiding officer may adjourn the meeting or may suspend the proceedings for a period to be stated by him or her, which is what we have just done. Honorable members, I want to start by, I'm going to allow parties to speak, and each party will have a minute. But I want to start by saying what happened here this morning is totally unacceptable. All of us as members of parliament, the first thing in your orientation or in your induction, wherever it is, the first thing you are taught, amongst others, is that this part at the center where the mace is kept is a sacred part of the chamber. You may not walk there for as long as the mace is there. You may not even cross the floor from the one side to the other for as long as the mace is there. Now, what happened this morning was totally unacceptable. And I mean unacceptable, honorable members.
Sorry, if you could just pause there.
Yeah.
I can't see the time period on here, on the video recording. Do you know what it is?
40.
Um,
13.
Is it 0013?
13 minutes.
Why is she saying what happened in the morning? Why don't you say this?
So he's here. To them, it's 13 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
He was there. Okay, that's there.
Yeah. Sorry, Chair, maybe we're just having a problem with the correct video reference, but we will continue in just a second. Mr. Castle, what is the speaker addressing the members on now?
Chairperson, this is after Speaker had suspended proceedings. There was disorder, which involved a member crossing the floor and going where the mace is or was, and the speaker then suspended proceedings and allowed whips to reflect on the issue. So what you see here is a resumption of business after that had happened, and certain members had to be removed from the chamber. This is later in the proceedings. Yes.
Thank you. So just to orientate ourselves on the video recording, we would have to go to the beginning where the speaker comes into the National Assembly, into the chamber, and we just need to take it from there. Chair, the difficulty is that this is a Zoom recording that is being played for us today, whereas previously we had played the YouTube recording. That is what throws the video times out quite a bit. But let's try and follow it as closely as possible. If the technicians could just take us to the beginning of the proceedings on the 10th, and then we'll take it from there.
Honorable members, order. Order, thank you very much. Let me start by apologizing to you for adjourning the sitting in the manner in which we did. All of us expected that by now we would be done with our work. However,
sorry, the technicians, can I please ask that you start the 10th of June proceedings from the beginning? This clip shows where the House resumes its business after the Speaker suspended the House. So this is quite far into the video recording. Please start at the beginning. We can fast forward a little bit to where the House starts its business.
Order, honorable members.
Sorry, Chair, there's a problem with the video recording. If I could please just ask Mr. Nkaleka just to liaise with the technicians. They don't have the right place for us on the video clip.
Mr. Nkaleka is requested. Please assist.
U4. Honorable members, order. Order. Thank you very much. Let me start by apologizing to you for adjourning the sitting in the manner in which we did. All of us expected that by now we would be done with our work. However, in terms of the powers vested in me, I had to give rule number 77 because it allows me, in the event of a grave disorder at a meeting, that the presiding officer may adjourn the meeting or may suspend the proceedings for a period to be stated by him or her, which is what we have just done. Honorable members, I want to start by, before I'm going to allow parties to speak, and each party will have a minute. But I want to start by saying, there will now be an opportunity.
So what we are requesting, Madam Speaker, is that order. Order, honorable members. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I noted that yesterday it took us exactly an hour, 10 minutes before we could start with the business of Parliament. And echo. Can you hear me now? Is there still echo? There seems to be a problem with our IT systems, and I'm sure during recess, all of those things will be dealt with. But I noted, honorable members, with a heavy heart, I should say, that it took us an hour, 10 minutes before we could start with the real business of the day. Now, there are certain things, rules I want to draw your attention to, which you're quite familiar with, and that is on points of order. Sub-rule 1, rule 92. A member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66 by stating that he or she is rising on a point of order. That's the first thing I would like to remind everybody on. A point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure or practice or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct as defined and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach of conduct occurs. And that is rule sub 2. Now, please note this. No other member may raise another point of order before the presiding officer has ruled on the first point of order. That is sub rule 7. No member may raise a point of order again on a similar point of order if the presiding officer has ruled that it is not a point of order or that the matter is out of order, which is sub rule 8. Members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with the rules. A presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. And this is now sub rule 11. Now, honorable members, I'm reading all this because I am trying I would want to ensure that there is no disorder in the House today. And honorable members, it makes it very difficult for a presiding officer when everybody is up on their feet and everybody is raising a hand once the presiding officer is yet to deal with the first point of order. It makes things difficult. I want to appeal to all of us that with all the differences we may be having, but it is important for us to maintain the decorum of the House. I'm appealing to all of us, honorable members. It is important that we maintain the decorum of the House. On that note, honorable members, I hope I am understood and that honorable members will conduct themselves like real honorable members should. I thank you, honorable members, for your attention.
Sorry, if you could just pause there, Mr. Kraso, you confirm that that is the start of the proceedings on the 10th of June, 2022.
Chairperson, I confirm that would have been the start of proceedings, yes.
Thank you. If we could just let the video run just for a minute or two. Thank you.
Honorable members, in the interest of safety for all present in the chamber, may I remind you to keep your mask on and sit in your designated area. Thank you. Order of the day. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on vote number 1, the Presidency, reply by the President, appropriation bill.
I now invite the Honorable the President to reply to the debate. The Honorable the President.
Objections.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy President David Dabede.
On a point of order.
On the virtual platform.
A point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you
There
very
is a
much,
point
Speaker.
of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 92, and I think in terms of also being
Bring your mic.
compliant,
Bring your mic closer.
in terms of being compliant with your request that there must be order in the House, I will request your patience
Yes.
and indulgence.
If
as
we
I
could just
read
pause there,
what
thank you.
So,
Mr. Kaso, if you could just identify that member, please.
That is Honorable Tambo.
Thank you. We can continue.
I'll begin by quoting the Constitution, Schedule 2, so that we have a better understanding of what point of order I'm writing on. And I'm taking extracts from that, and it reads as follows. Faithful to the President swears and solemnly swears that he will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, observe, and uphold and maintain the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and he solemnly swears sincerely to promise it, and he promises that I will always promote all that will advance the Republic and oppose all that may harm it, protect and promote the rights of all South Africans, as well as discharge my duties with all my strength and talents to the best of my ability, my knowledge, true to the dictates of my conscience. Do justice to all, devote myself to the well-being of the Republic, all of its people. In the case of the oath, so help me God. So, House Speaker, I read this oath because President of the Republic of South Africa has been charged with combating the Corrupt Activities Act, charged with contravening. Speaker, can I
Honorable members, honorable members,
not charged.
Honorable
Speaker,
there is a point of order. Honorable Mazzoni.
On top of my order, Speaker.
No.
You said the order can't be raised on top of an order. This is an order. Can it be allowed? Please be allowed to finish.
Honorable Member Tambo. Honorable Tambo. No, I will not cause disorder, I can assure you. But Honorable Tambo, with all due respect, I actually gave you time to read your point of order, and you have quoted from the Constitution.
Now my point of order is coming.
Okay, say your point of order then.
The President of the Republic of South Africa has been charged with contravening Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, with contravening the Organized Crime Act due to money laundering.
Now there rises a point of order. Honorable Mazzoni.
That we don't want to be complicit. Be complicit with illegal activities.
You are actually, honorable member, you did not finish your Rule 92. You said you want to do this in terms of Rule 92. And then you went on to read that aspect, which is very important to all of us who are here. We're all sworn to that from the Constitution. But you did not finish your Rule 92, which says Rule number 1, sub-rule number 1 of that actually says a member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66 by stating he or she is rising, which is what I was reading earlier on. And then it says a point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure.
Speaker, parliamentary to be addressed by someone who's charged with money laundering.
Allow me. Now,
addressed by someone who's charged with money laundering,
honorable member,
bribery, torture,
honorable member,
stealing a crime, laundering money. How is that parliamentary?
Honorable member,
repeating the same
in terms of Rule 85. No member, honorable members may impute. Don't do that. I'm talking. I'm on the floor. Honorable Tambo, I am on the floor. I am on the floor. Honorable Tambo, I am. Honorable member, I am on the floor. You're not going to disrupt the House, I can assure you. I am saying to you, I am on the floor. Honorable Chief Whip, you're not going to disrupt. Authority. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Mazzoni.
Honorable Chairperson, if I may rise, Honorable Speaker, I'm terribly sorry.
if I may rise on Rule 65 of the Rules Book, read together with Rule 77. Rule 65, it doesn't matter what the president has done at any given time. The relevance of the president being here today is to respond to questions and motions that were posed to him yesterday. So that's the relevance. Then in terms of Section 77, we talk about gross disorder. And when the Speaker of the House tells you to take your seat or has explained to you that you are standing on the incorrect point of order, we have a duty which we have agreed to, and it stands in the Rules and Guidelines Book of Parliament too, to take your seat and then remain quiet. So I would like you, Madam Speaker, to please rule on Rule 65, read together with Rule 77, because I believe that both the points of order were irrelevant and are now causing gross disorderly conduct in the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tambo.
Speaker, may I address you?
Honorable Tambo, you're not going to address me. Sit down. Take your seat. You are not going to address me because you have not allowed me to address you, Honorable Member. You've not. So allow me to address you. And my point is to you, Honorable Member, as you raise your point of order, you should not in any way make reflections upon the president or any other members of parliament. And this is what you are doing. Your point of order when you started, I allowed you to speak because you said you wanted to speak on rule number 92. You went on, you read the Constitution, which was very good, and I allowed you time. And after you've done that, you are now making reflections on people in the National Assembly. And I am saying I cannot allow that because that is out of order. That is out of order.
May I clarify, Speaker?
You're not going to clarify that.
No, but you've made a ruling that I think is inconsistent.
And in addition,
in terms of what I was saying, Speaker, you've not followed what I was saying.
No, I followed what you are saying.
We wanted to take our time.
Honorable Klapute.
Speaker.
But Speaker, can you also know that you are here in Parliament as well on virtual platform? We have called order here.
Okay, Honorable Mkali. Honorable Tambo.
I took my time.
You took your time and I took my time to explain the rules to you.
The people that don't need to understand what we're saying the president has done.
Honorable Tambo.
You need to explain to the people of South Africa.
You are causing disorder in the House.
Why are you limiting us from that?
Honorable Tambo, you are causing disorder in the House. And
we can pause there, please.
Now, because when I address
Mr. Tkaso, we've now all seen the interaction between the Speaker and Mr. Tambo. Any observations on your part?
The Honorable Tambo made his point of order, and Speaker ruled on the matter. And what I see here is, in spite of Rule 67, whenever the presiding officer addresses the House during a debate, any member then speaking or offering to speak must resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer must be heard without interruption. That was not observed. And of course, remarks were made about the president being charged. And the House procedures are clear that in terms of Rule 85, if you believe something like that has happened, then you must do a motion in the House for the matter to be considered. So the issue really was not whether the president was charged or not charged. It was the manner of raising matters in the House. And Speaker was trying to get the attention of the member and the attention of the House, which she was not getting. Thanks.
And tell me, was he listening to her? Was he respecting her?
No, she was not respecting the rulings of the Speaker. He was not. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we continue with the video?
you, you should not talk as I address you in terms of the rules. Yes, Honorable Jakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
It's a point of
I
order.
stand on a point of order.
Honorable Tangwin,
Speaker.
it's a point of order, right? It is a point of order.
But
you
how
are
do you
not
know
going to
it's a
scream.
point of order? How do you know that?
Yes, Rakude.
How do you know it's a point of order, Speaker?
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on Rule 69,
Yeah.
point of order, Rule 69, sub-rule C and D, which reads, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer, no member may repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer or repeatedly disrespecting and interrupting the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. No member may persist in making serious allegations against a member without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure. The issue that the Honorable Tambo is raising, Honorable Speaker, hasn't been tested anywhere. The President is not arrested. The President hasn't appeared before the court of law. The President is not charged anywhere. So can we please not put the cart before the horse? Let's allow the process, the proper processes to be followed. Let's allow the law enforcement agencies to do their work. As Parliament, we are not trying to do that. The President agreed that he will subject himself to any process. So let's allow that. The rules are saying that, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you very much.
Jakude. Honorable Jakude, thank you. No. Hold on, honorable members. I'm not going to have anyone disrupting this session. Not again. Not again. Now, honorable member Tambo, I am now giving you a formal warning. You will not do what you have done again. We now proceed with the business.
May I ask a question, House Chair? Did you make any ruling? But House Chair, can I be protected? I want
you are protected, Honorable Tambo.
Previous speaker says that I violated your ruling. Can you clarify if you made any ruling in terms of the utterances?
You have violated the rule because as I was addressing you, right, you continued to speak. I have given you an opportunity to address me in the same way that I came in here and I addressed all honorable members. I gave you an opportunity. And even though I gave you an opportunity, when I tried to stop you now, when you were making reflections on members of Parliament, you continued to speak. And I said it cannot be. So I am now, correctly so, to giving you a warning. Honorable members, yes, I now have Honorable Honorable Tlangwin, you and I have had a chat. You are not going to do those things which the two of us have spoken about. Honorable Mkalipi on the virtual platform.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me.
You can, sorry, the technician, you can fast forward just a little bit. Could we just stop there?
Rule 6 gives the Speaker the responsibility to frame a ruling which cannot be challenged throughout until a sitting of the Rules Committee that will make a recommendation to the House. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, since you have framed a ruling at the beginning of a sitting, at the beginning of the sitting, you make a framing. So meaning once no other is allowed to step, make a reference to the matters already, which is related to the President and the Kalapana House. So what we are requesting, Madam Speaker, is that because of the framing and then that framing responsibility, and that the only time any member can run
On that matter, it's after a sitting of
That's fine.
rules committee. That no other member during this proceeding can stand on that point of order. And that immediately can make a ruling to take it in the account immediately without having consequences to that.
Honorable Kubai. Honorable Kubai, you are correct. There is that provision. However, honorable members, for now, there is no basis for me to use that rule. I will use that rule when the time comes and it becomes necessary for me to do so. For now, there is no basis for that. Honorable members, I take Honorable Shivambo from the virtual platform.
No, Speaker.
Honorable Shivambo.
Yes, on the point of order, Speaker, there is no rule that permits you, none whatsoever, to suspend the rules of the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly are permanently and perpetually applicable as long as there's a sitting of the National Assembly.
Honorable
There's
Shivambo,
nowhere in the
I
rules
have
that
not
gives you the power.
suspended the rules
Now, the point
of the National Assembly.
The point of
There is no
order
point
that
of
I'm
order,
raising-
Honorable Shivambo.
The order that I'm
Honorable
raising.
Shivambo, there is no point of order.
Can you please listen?
I am listening. You should listen
the
to.
point of order is that yesterday
Listen to.
you called rascals whom are called Parliamentary Protection Services to sexually harass members of Parliament.
Rascals. What are you talking about?
Listen first, be patient. Yesterday you called in security guards. You called in security guards yesterday. You called in male security guards yesterday.
Honorable Shivambo,
to come
I'm
and
calling
harass
you
members
down.
of Parliament.
I'm giving
Can you
you
please
a warning
listen?
because there's
Warning
no
for
point
what?
of order. There is no point of order.
But listen
Honorable
first.
Fungubele,
On the point of order,
Listen on the
Speaker.
point of order first.
The point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker,
Take a seat.
You are treating people who are on the virtual platform.
take a seat, Honorable Tambo.
You are treating people on the
I'm not ill-treating them.
because you don't give them time to finish.
Honorable Tambo,
No,
take a
it's
seat.
wrong. Part of the National Assembly.
Take a seat, Honorable
Wrong.
Tambo.
It's wrong.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo.
Now, Honorable
Honorable
Shivambo, to finish the
Tambo.
point of order.
Honorable Tambo. Honorable Tambo. Honorable
People on the virtual
Tambo.
platform, you
Take
abuse
your
them.
seat.
No.
Take your
If we could just pause there, please. Mr. Castle, we see Mr. Castle, we see Mr. Tambo is on his feet again. What are your comments and observations here?
I see that, and Speaker is begging him to take his seat. And of course, up to now, he had not taken his seat.
Okay, we can continue.
Yes, I don't have honorable here. Honorable Kungubele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought in terms of the same Rule 6.
We can fast forward just a little bit, please.
That the basis for its execution has always been.
I have now removed you from the system.
For what? The point of order, Speaker.
Primrose
Speaker.
X from the system.
Speaker.
Thank you.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Speza.
Speaker, I want to remind you what the Constitution is saying on Section 10, the Bill of Rights. It
Yes.
says that everyone has a right to dignity,
Right.
and that dignity must be protected. And I want you to clarify to us, which dignity did you protect yesterday?
You can fast forward a little bit, please.
Honorable Speza, you are
Amabele,
out of
bebanjwa
order.
amabele.
Never. They will not do that against you. That's also made
Record. A woman,
Honorable Zakude.
Honorable Speaker.
It's been up for over 20 minutes now, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Mare. You have raised some very important issues I was not aware of. I wasn't aware that the Parliamentary Protection Services touch your private parts when they as a woman, I would not allow that. But I'm appealing with you to leave the house.
You are a woman and you're allowing men to touch our private parts.
No, Speaker, now leave the house. Leave the house.
Speaker. Doing it to other women. Speaker. Yourself. On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
I am now calling the protection,
You're being genuine in this moment by saying.
Sorry, can I just ask the technicians? I think you've gone a little bit too far. If you could just rewind a little bit, please.
They don't allow our members to finish the point of orders. I mean, how do you anticipate what the member is going to say?
Unfortunately, Honorable, I am actually now, Honorable Member, if I may say this, Honorable Member,
where are we?
Wait a minute. Honorable Member, if an Honorable Member, right from the beginning, in his opening statements, no, Honorable Member, I can.
You can't.
Sit down, Honorable Member. You done? Sit down. Sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Honorable Members, we continue.
No, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Yes, Honorable. Wait a minute.
Okay, the problem that we are having here is that you are threatening people you're going to remove them. You can't just remove people. You're telling people about
take a seat, Honorable Member.
If we can pause there, please.
Only one who's presiding here. Okay, you continue.
If we can pause, please.
Take a seat. I am warning you for the second time. Take a seat.
To the technicians, can we pause the video, please? Sorry, Mr. Kaso, who is that is on the floor?
That is Honorable Mare.
Ms. Paulnita Mare.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We can continue. And she just before.
Please leave the house. Honorable Mare, leave the house. Honorable Mare, Sergeant in arms, will you please assist Honorable Mare?
Mr. Kaso, just to confirm, can we pause, please? Just to confirm, the speaker would have asked Ms. Mare to leave the house. Is that correct?
Yes, Speaker asked Honorable Mare to leave the house. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Honorable Speaker.
It's been up for over 20 minutes now, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Mare. You have raised some very important issues I was not aware of. I wasn't aware that the Parliamentary Protection Services touch your private parts. And as a woman, I would not allow that. But I'm appealing with you to leave the house.
You are a woman and you're allowing men to touch our private parts.
Speaker, now leave the house. Leave the house.
If we can just pause there. So, Mr. Kaso, the speaker is repeatedly asking whom to leave the house.
Honorable Mare.
And did she comply?
No.
Thank you. We'll continue.
Yourself.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. I am now calling the protection department of protection. You are being disingenuous in this moment by saying you did not know. Speaker, we are not going to be touched by men here. No security is going to touch our women. Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. That's why you become racist, because you deny. Don't be emotional, speak. I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional. Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, recognize Speaker.
These ones are not made. Out. They are made, they are not made.
If we can just, you can just pause there. Mr. Kraso, the PPS have come in to remove whom?
Honorable Murray.
Miss Murray.
Yes.
Thank you. We can continue.
Point of order, Speaker. Yes, point of order. I'm raising on rule number 26, subsection 2. Yes, Speaker. Among some of your responsibilities, you have the responsibility to uphold the dignity of this house. And we are conveying a message to you, telling you that women EFF MPs yesterday were sexually harassed. We're telling you for the first time now.
You can pause there. Mr. Kasu, who is that?
That is Honorable Chirwa.
Ms. Chirwa.
Yeah.
Thank you. Was she recognized by the speaker?
She was recognized.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Alerting to you as a speaker who's a woman, that women in this house were sexually harassed by the securities you called on them. And you are doing it again by ignoring us and also acting leniently to women MPs in this house. Thank you very much, Honorable Chirwa. How many men have been you online? Honorable woman Chirwa. When is the woman? You mute the Honorable Chirwa and you call securities on them. Honorable Chirwa. Women. It's a warning.
They must behave. Women must behave.
Honorable Chirwa, because you are doing us a favor.
Honorable Chirwa, I've now warned you twice, and I just want to say something. I think for the sake of the integrity and the dignity of this house, Honorable Chirwa, you said Honorable Murray raised my attention to the fact that she does not want to be removed here by a man because they sexually harassed them. And I have said women should come in and remove her.
Because she's refusing. Shut up. You can't say it.
So I'm very accuse me on allowing for sexual harassment of women. You are wrong.
I'm going to ask you for the last time.
No, it's your fault, Speaker. It's your fault. I've now warned you.
You can pause there, please. Mr. Kaso, what do you observe regarding Ms. Chirwa's behavior?
It's an exchange which is with the speaker, which is not permitted by the rules. As indicated earlier, the rules expect that when the speaker rises, the speaker must be heard without interruption. That didn't happen. It's a disregard of the authority of the speaker and the rules of the House. Okay.
And is it accurate to say, and this is observed from the video, that she continued to shout at the speaker while the speaker was trying to address her?
Yes, she raised her voice when addressing the speaker.
Okay, we can continue. Okay.
Leave the house. Leave the house. Leave the house. Leave the house.
But Speaker, you can't do that. What you're doing,
Let me just finish with you.
To raise my point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chirwa, for leaving the House. What are you doing, Tambo? So you're doing it again. You put the man on me again. Honorable Tambo.
Can we just pause there, please? So we have Ms. Chirwa and we have Mr. Tambo, Mr. Castle. Can you just explain to us what you've observed? What did Mr. Tambo do?
I see the Sergeant at Arms approaching Honorable Chira and Mr. Tambo
Can we just have the video recording, please?
and Mr.
Thank you.
and Honorable Tambo standing between the Sergeant at Arms and Honorable Chira. We're supposed to leave the house.
What does Mr. Tambo do?
Mr. Tambo seems to be exchanging words with the Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, and he's in between Mr.
Blocking.
Chirwa and what does he do?
Blocking
Sorry?
the removal of Honorable Chira.
Okay, and Ms. Chirwa is still in the house.
Still in the house.
She's been warned to leave. She's been warned, she's been asked, and she's refusing.
Yes.
Thank you.
House. We are dealing with a very important issue. And now we are moving to stop screaming on women MPs. Don't scream. I'm taking what's on the Zoom platform. I am taking them out. You do nothing to them. I am now taking to the men in this house. You're polluting. You're and Honorable Chirwa. I am removing you, Honorable Tambo, because you are trying to cover up because I'm telling you that you're lenient on men. Now you want to remove Tambo. What did he do? He did nothing. You said you must remove me. Ungenaphi Tambo, Speaker. It's because you can see that what I'm telling you is that physically intervene.
Take it out, Honorable Speaker.
Hey, you, Pumani, no baby, Puman. This is your legacy. Puman, this is your legacy.
Pumani.
And your legacy is disrespect when an lady.
If we could just pause there. Let's just deal with Mr. Tambo first. We see that the PPS comes in to remove him, Mr. Kaso, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, how would you describe his behavior when the PPS male members comes in to escort him out?
Firstly, let me just cite Rule 73(5) and 6, sub 6. No member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in, prevent or obstruct or hinder the removal of a member from the chamber in terms of these rules. Any member or members who contravene sub-rule 5 may, on the instruction of the presiding officer, also be removed from the chamber and the precincts of parliament forthwith. Now, sub-rule 4 of 73 says, if a member resists attempts to be removed from the chamber, the Sergeant at Arms and the PPS may use such force as may be reasonably necessary to overcome the resistance. So what we saw earlier on was the obstructing of the removal of a member, and what we now see is resistance and where reasonable force is being used to remove the honorable member from the house. That is Honorable Tambo.
Ms. Marie is removed. You can play the video.
Maria had been removed already.
No, the one who was pouring water down.
Shame on you, Speaker.
If we could just pause there. Mr. Castle, there is the PPS female members trying to get Ms. Chirwa out. Is that an accurate description of what is happening?
Yes, it is an accurate description.
And what is she doing?
She is resisting removal from the chamber. And indeed, something does then happen. We see other members getting involved, obstructing her removal.
The other EFF members getting involved.
Other honorable members of the EFF getting involved.
Getting involved in what way?
In obstructing her removal.
Yes. Thank you. We can go ahead. Just to finish this removal, and then I think it would be appropriate to stop there for the day in accordance with the ruling of the chairperson. Thank you. We could just stop there, please. Sorry. Mr. Caso, on the left, there was a female EFF member with a hard hat on, a red hat. Who is that?
That's Honorable Matulelwa.
And what does she do?
There's an exchange of blows there, of resistance, and an exchange, physical exchange between her and members of the PPS.
So what is she trying to do? She's obviously trying to help Ms. Chirba, but in what way?
Physically and violently.
Sorry?
Physically, trying to prevent her removal.
You are not listening to the council, shame on you, you are doing all this to protect money laundering.
Which insult? What is an insult?
On record speaking.
That men are touching women's breasts and our private life.
Attention. Honorable members.
Come here. Are you? If you can
We can stop there. That is the removal, Mr. Casa, you can affirm, of Ms. Chirwa.
Yes.
Chair, we can stop there for today, and then we can continue tomorrow. I do ask that the technician, please, we start tomorrow at exactly this place where we've stopped now. If they could please keep that place ready. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Golden. Honorable members, we will adjourn here for today. And as the advocate is requesting, please, technicians, help us to run smoothly tomorrow. We could do better than today. Let's meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And thanks for being such a good audience and allowing me to facilitate today's hearing. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.